No, I'm not saying you have to completely stop talking.
I'm just saying that Thomas is going to listen to one song to time out his trip.
Yo, tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
I'll tell you what I want.
What I really, really want gets pulled over by the police.
Does not turn it down.
I said full volume, fucking like car shaking.
Sir, please. I can't. I literally cannot. Here we go.
The fours are not happening. It's just not happening.
Why do you want a 4?
This is the highest number. If we were to... This is the lowest dice. The highest number is 4. And 4 has a power as we know.
Fucking Christ, guys. God damn it. You guys are supposed to, like, let me know about that stuff. There's the whole reason why you guys go live. I gotta get other stuff first. Well, sweet. Well, we'll skip the whole us waiting scene, I guess. We've been just straight video the whole time. Cool beans. We'll sound test while they watch us now.
Well, the sound test should sound something like this. So I feel like I'm not going to hit a higher cadence than this.
You say that.
Tell
You
me
say
what
that.
you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
That'll be good for now.
Do the deepest voice you can.
Oh my, what? I even cracked halfway through it. I can't.
Hello, everybody. I am God.
Huh?
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 What if God was one of us?
He's not.
No.
Going up to the spirit in the sky.
Fun thoughts, though. You know? Maybe.
It's where I'm gonna go when I die, when I die. Fluffy the dragon will be raided in 24 seconds.
Can you stop saying things from other streams? That's, you know, imagine if somebody heard that on ours. Now they think we're about to raid and go away.
Okay.
Keith.
There we go. Got it. Got it. So, where last we left off. Sorry for the late start, by the way. I had to reset my computer again. Because power outages. So, where last we left off, these two killed their friend Quarth because he had to go and help him.
Yeah.
But luckily, Thomas was friends with an axe. And that axe was like, hey, I owe you a favor.
Me personally was friends with Max?
Yes.
Yeah. What more do I need to explain here? And then that axe skyrocketed towards Quarth, bringing him back. This was after you guys decided to take a hiatus from your trip through the tower, because hold up, as crazy as it is that Chakern has a book potentially from your future, more lies about your origins and Brando. Everything's a little topsy-turvy right now. Quarth came back as a champion of Chakern, which apparently Crinch was as well. He knows the things of Chakern, he knows the things of Crinch, his knowledge is being passed down with his axe. The problem is, as much as he knows, he doesn't want to tell you because he's not Crinch, he's not Chakern, he's Quarth. Those aren't his secrets to spill. So he's like, I got a lot of shit to do, my people are going to come and prepare. He had launched the Praetorian off of this planet. And now he's floating in low orbit, slowly going to be collapsing. But while he's disconnected from the planet, he has no magic. But sadly, before he did that, he took away all of the Arcanum. So all wizards are now powerless. No wizards. It would have been no druids. And paladins and clerics are becoming weaker by the day.
What if he landed on the other continent?
Do you think he would do that?
I don't think he would do that on purpose.
Where he's weakest?
I just assume he would just immediately teleport back to Pangea.
Yeah, once he becomes close enough to tap into the ley lines, he can just freely teleport himself wherever he wants. He's probably not even going to land.
Yeah.
And if he was, he'll land where he wants to at that point. Because he's probably very angry. As a being of, you know, mineral and just the worst sort of bug, he doesn't really need oxygen, and he can exist in, you know, a vacuum of space and the cold. But he still feels these things. He still knows what's happening to him. So, you bought yourself a day and change. As the sun goes down, you guys make yourself a campfire, drink yourself some cocoa. You know that midnight will soon come to pass in the coming hours. And then shortly after the next one, combat will happen. And it'll happen here. As your armies come and start laying on the defense, and as you sip your cocoa and have your conversation, imagine that as time goes by, occasionally a few hunting packs or teams of Quartz people make their way to you and start building up defenses. But as we are right now, that is where you are. You are alone at a campfire. Mayhaps a cousin of yours?
Maybe.
It was a wolf sound.
Maybe it's your brother.
I don't know how fast wolves' pregnancies happen, but it's been like not even a month.
Just walks out of the womb standing.
Father?
Twirling a cane.
I don't know why you'd have a hat, Father. This obliterated mother, but it is stylish.
Made out of her placenta.
Ew, Thomas! Tom, no! No, you ruined it. So, besides talking about placenta hats, what are you guys talking about?
I hate that. I hate that so much.
I imagine that's not what you were talking about.
So where do we... I'm taking my last sip of hot chocolate. Where do we go from here? I mean, nobody's got wizard powers anymore. That's a big no-no, isn't it?
Yeah. So...
Oh, by the way, you guys had also been, another thing I forgot to mention, you did get the realization that apparently in the final bits of the tower, there is that gateway to
The moon.
the moon.
We're definitely going to the moon.
Yes. I don't see us any way to defeat the Praetorian without returning magic to the wizards. We're gonna need everybody to be able to fight.
Yeah. Gods know how long that's gonna take. So, how do we just... At this time, it's like close to midnight, you said, right?
No, I said in the coming hours, it'll be close to midnight. And as you know, that midnight passes another one. So you're shortly after sunset. There's still purple in the air.
Okay.
The night sky, part of it's still... It's that cool part of night where like half of it's like dark. And you see all those stars, and the other part is still kind of like cloudy. And you can see a little bit of blue, orange, purple.
I have enough. I kind of like leaning closer. I do have enough gas left in me to get us back to Chakurn's tower today. If we wanted to maybe sleep there, maybe do some further research. And then tomorrow we'll go to the moon.
Here's how I'm worried about scheduling it out. When are we attacking? We have to fit like a nap somewhere between the moon and what?
I would presume that we would go to Chakern's tower. We've got a couple of hours left before we would need to bed down for the night. And then tomorrow morning is when we would head to the moon.
I know, but we just can't wear ourselves out too much if the Praetorian does get here by midnight.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure we'll.
No, he said. Chakern's champion, Quarth. He said that it would be about the same time when he returns. He did the math, remember?
Yeah.
So if you're worried about him showing up early,
Yeah.
unless your friend Vincent up there helps out, he's probably not coming back. How great would that be if just like, hold on, let me roll a D100.
Vincent just launches himself into the Praetorian to send him off into space.
No, I'll say a 0 or a 1, they collide. And then we'll see how that goes from there. I figure this is important enough. We'll just do this right here. 49.
They pass by each other.
No, not even close. Probably wouldn't even see each other.
Is there any business that you need to attend to before we, go back to Chakern's tower?
Well,
And Quarth seems pretty gung-ho on, helping us out and getting things organized down here. I take out the bell, the merchant's bell, and I just see if it's ready.
You did this, I think you did this
Like a
before. Was it a day ago?
day. Yeah.
Okay. You go ahead and...
Maybe tomorrow when I put it away.
He's like, you got money to spend, baby. He's like, you gave me $356,000 for a reason.
yeah.
I was hoping you would make the Darien Vatan College Foundation. But that's not going to happen.
We're gonna get the Fleetfoot Foundation, the Speedwagon Foundation.
You already have the Cringe Foundation. You could have turned that into the Speedwagon Foundation. And you were like, no, fuck that. I'm going to just put it right on the fucking nose and call it the Speedwagon Foundation.
After my beloved rat.
Savor was like, I was ready to serve. But no, now he's gone the way of the corrupt Baskel.
Oh god.
Oh!
Is there anything from the Speedwagon Foundation that was actually like badass, or were they just kind of henchmen?
I mean,
What are you talking about? Everything fucking Speedwagon did was badass.
if the Geostars were ever like, I wish we had a submarine to cross the Nile.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just a sub, it was top of the fucking line. Also, how many fucking Speedwagon Foundation members have given their lives so that the JoJos may live?
That's true.
Like, and not even just like, oh no, we're going into a battle, we are literally going to lose, but we're doing it so fucking Joseph has time. You know?
They're good people.
He gave up on love and remarrying because he didn't want to upset. That was Joseph, right? Because then Speedwagon almost date his Joseph's mom. But they were like, no, let's not confuse the kid.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like, God damn it! Speedwagon!
He's just the best.
You beautiful bastard! I am going to be upset, though, when we get to the other reality and he doesn't have his hat.
Oh my
Does
god.
Speedwagon show up in the other room?
I don't know. But at the same time, I know that he still lives, so he's not going to ever pass his hat on.
Can I get a little hat for my rat that does these?
Make it! You have so much fucking money, stop asking me to make shit for you. Find the... You got a day? Go to a fucking tiny tailor and ask him to make it even tinier.
Can you make
I
a
have a
rat
halfling friend who's half a halfling, maybe more.
a quarterling?
Just like he's like kind of drawing it up like this. Smaller, smaller. Oh, there you go. Yeah, all right. can we wrap this up in like a day?
God, Rock is a horrible person with people like that.
I mean, to be fair, it's not much of a hat to make. But that's neither here nor there. You guys are at a campfire.
Yep. Honestly, I think just gonna rest tonight. Maybe see Kaylin. And I can meet you up at where should I meet you? Tomorrow.
I mean, I
Just meet at the tower.
I can't do that.
Maybe it sets in the ground. You don't know. Just like doing that weird crab floating that they do in the middle of the ocean somewhere.
Stop it. Stop it. I can't teleport. Tink.
Oh, nothing.
well, Basco will be doing Basco things in Therowen, I imagine. So,
Yeah, they lost a lot of people.
as much as I want to go visit the Temple of Sin, might not be the best time to do that. I think I might head back to Backstreet.
Okay.
Why
Okay.
wouldn't it be the best time to do that?
I don't think Mac would be in the mood to do anything other than think about the upcoming day.
And why isn't that done at the Temple of Sin?
It just doesn't feel right.
I didn't know if there was like a...
You could coax those people who hate you there to join in the fight.
How would that work exactly? They hate him?
Hey, who
Who here hates this guy? Let's redirect that towards my enemies, huh?
Guys,
I fucking hate this guy.
Who here hates me? Everybody in the back was like, "Don't answer."
Well, it's a trick question. It's a trick question.
Don't answer.
Okay, you're all fired. All right, let's go about our workday, everybody. Never talk to me about this again.
$8.
Let's just see. What are dollars? What is he taking us off a gold system?
Oh
This
my
will never last.
Mac dollars.
You all get paid in the currency I make and circulate, which you can then turn into prizes. We're all quitting.
This prize is a head of lettuce.
Ew.
10,000 Mac dollars. You only paid me $300 a day.
All right, let's focus up.
Well, if that's all, yeah, I'll be heading out.
I go over and I give Korvac a hug.
On the shin.
You're both sitting down.
I know. I reciprocate. No, get off. Ew.
Human emotions.
Pick me up like
I
this.
reciprocate the hug.
I reciprocate the hug.
Okay, so where's Kaylin?
Good question. I can always scry on her.
You fucking creepy fuck.
I know, right?
Alright,
She's being plowed by Sten as well.
she's in bed with your mother.
Oh.
Sten.
Oh.
It's like, no D20 in here?
It's like, oh, this is what... Oh, I've let the power get to my head!
This is what leadership does in my absence?
It is true. It is what happens amongst your,
Your peoples.
your men. You don't,
And women.
if you don't keep them busy, they'll start fucking.
Yeah, that'll be enough.
Idle hands is the devil's, I don't know. Something.
Idle hands are the devil's plaything.
Yeah.
The devil's hands are
Lettuce.
The devil's hands are hands.
So yeah, just straight up hard dicking by Sten. Mother's in the corner, like fucking your right hand man, cock in her mouth, fucking straight up orgy. Like all of them are talking about how much they hate you. It's pretty fun.
Yeah?
You're like picky, like the things Josh worries about happening.
They're like, oh, I'm so glad he's not here. I know he can teleport at any time, but let's celebrate the fact that he's not right now.
He can scry on us whenever he wants. That makes it dirty.
There's like just a chambermaid like in there with fucking like detect invisibility at all time. Like, no, it's now is the time. No, she is making up camp. They're actually really not far from here at all. Just a couple miles from March. It's just, they were basically set up on the other side, then they had gotten word. It's been almost a full day of traveling to this point. So if they were a smaller detachment, they already would be here, but because it's a massive army, they're, like I said, maybe it's like 7 or 8 miles away from here.
Gotcha. Dead sprint to it.
I'm just thinking about the whole Shrine Maiden, like, idea of just like, oh, there it is.
My lord, my siege!
I see.
She starts ringing a bell.
Yeah, like, no,
What do
like,
you think
like a
court
thing.
wizards are for?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like one of the things why court wizards exist, Like, oh, gotta make sure the wards are good. Nobody's scrying in here,
Mm-hmm.
Nope, this is not one of mine. Better dispel that.
It's like, today sucked. I've used up like 8 of my spell slots because of fucking pranks. So I can like get an idea of that location, and with it I can probably just...
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're just following a mountain range to the northeast.
Yeah.
And you're doing the same in reverse. Well, so east. Eastwardly.
Yeah. Alright. Give Matt my goodbye? Like, because he just hugged me, I figured we're Gucci, right?
We're Gucci.
Thomas, do you have any 4th level spell slots available?
I should do.
Okay, roll an Arcana check for me.
I fear this.
I fear this.
Why? Why do you all fear me? This is why we never advance.
11. Not 11. I have much more Arcana than that. 13.
I'll give it advantage. Josh, roll a history check. No, Thomas, doesn't always have to be answered like that. Stop thinking everything's an emergency.
Ah, see? It doesn't have to be an emergency.
See? Yeah, let the other person a chance at it. Just a spell usually helps the average person go a little faster, even if they're not the average person when they get cast on it. Polymorph?
I could dimension door you 400 feet.
You could polymorph you into a giant eagle,
Good.
You want to be a giant eagle?
and you'd basically be there in half a second.
Yeah.
Or you could hoof it on your feet 8 miles.
You're right. I've never stood in that location, so I can't just teleport there. So yeah, I would have to polymorph.
I thought you were about to just be like, well, and then just start walking in that direction. I was like, what the fuck is he going to do? And I was just like...
I was gonna teleport, but then I realized, no, they've moved. Yeah, I can't just do that.
Yeah, do you want to march from here or where they started a day ago and do their whole night march? It's like sun's about to rise. I made it. You're so fucking sweaty. I think we have time for one sex before sunrise, please. I will get no long rest.
It's worth it.
Just going through Jakarn's tower.
That's what the dragon coffee's for.
No!
Oh god.
You have 2 of them.
Well,
Yeah.
Even though, what I love is you have 2 of them. Even though you know 2 more will kill you. Like,
yes.
1 more is pushing it. 2 more is almost guaranteed death. You weren't supposed to have 2.
I know.
I'm gonna cast polymorph onto you, and you're gonna be polymorphed into a giant eagle, but he's gonna be like a rainbow, like a bird of paradise color.
So he's easily detectable by his enemies.
Yeah.
I think it makes him look fabulous.
Everyone said, why are you dressed in such vibrant colors? You're not what we thought you were. Sorry.
Oops.
You make your way, and then you need you to make a survival check. While you're doing that, what are you doing?
21.
21?
I guess if there's nothing else really to do here, once Korvac leaves, I'm gonna...
Oh, no, yeah. As you guys are talking, like, those other people were basically there 15 minutes after fucking Quark left.
Once Korvac leaves, I'm gonna teleport to Castle Blackstreet.
Okay, how are you teleporting? Are you using the spell teleport, level 7?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and give me the D100 roll. I mean, you're most likely gonna get there, but I gotta do my due diligence. Was it less than 25?
It was 31.
Then you're fine. Yeah, it's only at this level. It's only when you're less than 25, and even then, only 0, like 1 through 5 is a problem. So we'll do roll initiative again. We're splitting the party, so let's just do initiative.
I got 22.
Cock.
You got cock, bud?
God damn it!
Alright, that's a 24.
You can't let him have anything.
No.
So yeah, you start cruising. You start following, and as this bird, you can just soar up a little bit, and you're up in the air, and it's not going to be hard at all. You just follow the mountain range. Not 100% side which they're on, like if they're in the middle, like which way they're taking it. So you just cruise at a high altitude and make your way. Give me a perception check. Remember, you're a giant eagle, so you got to use their roll, not yours. And if I'm not mistaken, they have advantage. Those look good.
Okay, it's a 4 and a 7.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Isn't Giant Eagle just plus 4?
I don't know.
I'm gonna look
Thomas,
it up.
was that what you were looking up?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the stat block right in front of him.
Plus 3.
Okay. 10.
No. Why do you say plus 3? It says perception plus 4.
Yes, it does.
Oh,
Yep,
were you just
perception
look-
plus 1.
What were you looking at? Were you looking at wisdom?
Yeah. I was just going off of that.
Wisdom is plus 2.
I talked you up. I gave you a plus 3 compared to a plus 2. I'm your best friend.
So you got plus 3s at advantage. I mean, plus 4s at advantage. You said a 7 and a 4, so you got an 11.
Yeah.
You're not doing, you're not here to be reconning for enemies. You're looking for friends. You're looking for where you want to spend the night. And as you're making this return trip home, well, not home, but to the loving embrace of someone that cares about you. Let me get it off the campfire, because that'd be weird if this was following you. I can't get away from the horse!
We're being attacked by an enemy stand, Josh.
You're just sort of lost. So much has happened. The axe has come and gone. Cringe was working for Jakern. Was he the guy that came after you? Was he the reason why the axe is missing? He was a smart guy. Maybe he beat Jakern's tower and looped it somehow and got the axe. You're just having those sort of like drifting shower thought sort of things. You cut a glimpse of a moment to see if you can see off in the distance and see this army. You see scouting parties maybe way off in the distance, but no mass. You go back to your thoughts of Jakern's tower. The moon? Are we going to go to the moon?
We can see. I can see the moon now, right?
Yeah.
I would definitely look at it if I had that thought.
We just had the new month, and then it's been about a week. So it's about halfway to full at this point right now. Which means, and you know that when it's full, the other moon is usually, because that has its own schedule orbiting it, it's usually in more visible because of the light reflecting off of it, unless it's behind it. But tonight you could see both the moon and its moon. You remember which moon had the thing?
I think it was the smaller one, but I can roll a history check.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nice. Unnatural 20.
Yeah, from what you know, from what has been alluded, it's tough because there's never like been a concrete like it's right here. From the knowledge that you've garnered, you're pretty sure that it's on the second moon because that's harder to nail down, essentially, and because it produces a large amount of arcana. When he was on the smaller one, he could basically put it there, and it was covering everywhere and was secure, and he didn't have to worry about him being right next to him.
Second thought, a little bit of a tangent. Do these moons only have one side that's lit up, or is there rotation not like our moon?
What do you mean?
So we can only see one side of our moon because that's the only side that's ever lit up because it rotates at the same speed as it goes around the Earth.
Mm-hmm. So you're asking, is there a dark side of this moon?
Like a specific side that never gets light, effectively.
Yes.
And so,
however, it's smaller. Because of the fact that there's another celestial body orbiting it, it causes its thing to wobble ever so.
Okay.
But because it does this, it kind of has a gradient where sometimes you'll see more of one side, sometimes you'll see more. But scholars agree, we've never seen all 100%.
So
despite shifting in the wobbles, just because there's just that one far extreme.
So there are astronomers who've been staring at this moon and potentially mapping it if they could. That night when I had that extra side lit up, was that technically new territory that they would have seen?
No, because it didn't light up another side like that.
Okay.
Because remember, you're still looking at it from a great distance.
Yeah.
It clearly hit another side, and it was more full than a full moon should be because of that, and you could tell that, but you still are limited by your vision. That other side potentially may have been lit, but there's still no way to see it because it's still the other side of the moon.
Right.
Because you're still looking at a 2D surface because they're too far away from it.
Never mind.
I mean, it's a good question. I like it.
I was just curious.
But remember, it was the thing that was looking at it from a different perspective. Whatever came off of it.
I was just kind of wondering if these astronomers were, losing their shit because the
moon 100%!
But losing their shit again, we never seen that before!
No, this would have been a few days after a new moon. The fact that it was completely lit up is still mind-blowing. And nobody knows why. Except for you all and the fucking werewolves. And not even all of them. Just 3 key leaders. Everybody's like, everybody come over here. Something was about to happen. And now think about that. There's inner turmoil there. Your armies are talking about, how the fuck did they know? Do we have, is one of them a god on our side? And when you're having these thoughts, you're like, oh fuck, there they are. And you're kind of like, oh, I've kind of started flying over a little bit.
Yeah.
And you fly your way downward.
Arrows are being shot at you.
I mean, everyone kind of knows something is up because you did not design a normal giant eagle, as you stated. How do you land?
Crashes.
Because you're definitely getting attention.
So, I'm a very colorful bird. Should I think I would be dramatic. So I would come down, land, and wings out, displaying the majesty that Mac made out of this. And then I would drop polymorph right there.
Alright, so you come in, you drop in, and then all of the guards are like, what the fuck? Who the fuck? What is it? Because clearly it's magic.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you shift down, it would say, oh, so sorry. So sorry, my lord.
Yeah.
Sten kind of comes out of one of the tents. He's like, oh, clear away. Korvac, please, if you would.
Sure. And I head in.
This is we appreciate you visiting, but you're gonna give us a head up.
Oh, I apologize.
Tensions are high.
Yeah.
Offer him a cup of coffee.
You walk in and you can see people are starting to bed down. No councils are here. It's just sort of him, Mother Kaylin, Bartok.
So the son of Bartok.
That's right. Son of Bartok was.
God, every time.
Why? No, you said you'll remember it from this time ever because he was the dude who...
Drayden.
Yes. And that's important to you. You named... I don't know.
Drayden.
It was a Pokemon?
I don't know.
We made him out of clay.
I don't know.
Drayden, we made you out of clay.
I forget why, but whatever. So Drayden is there. Everyone's kind of like final preparations. Give me a perception check.
My special eyes. 1.
And that one.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think something bad's gonna happen?
Everyone's here, and everyone's happy to see you.
Yeah.
You walk in, and it's just sort of like changing in light, everything like that. It's tough to see. But Drayden kind of looks at you. It's good to see you again. And thank you for your blessing.
Oh. Yes, of course, Drayden.
I hear my, well, your crew's doing good.
Talking about Mac and the others.
Oh.
Oh. My crew.
Of this flying fish.
Yes.
People on werewolves on griffins.
Yes.
Saved them from a flight of black dragons.
That's right. Yes.
Who do you think was on those griffins?
Yeah, Drayden and his.
They bit us before. That was our first time. That was our first transformation. I'd say we did pretty good.
No, you guys did amazing, honestly.
Now, we killed more dragons in your honor, Sir Dragonsbane. Roll insight.
Insight being 18.
It's at this point when he makes that gesture. Drayden is missing his right arm.
Come on! Oh, fuck, Drayden, what happened?
Not all of us are kin to killing dragons as you are.
Oh, well. Putting that in the notes, Drayden needs a new arm.
Your mother kind of looks and he sees your worry and just sort of... Don't worry, Yeah, that's not your mom. We're better healers than most. And through healing, I think he'll be fine in time.
Fine as in good enough to live without it, or fine as in you guys know how to fix that?
Do you not have a ring
I
that
do.
will cause regeneration of your own?
I do.
Our magic mixed with his extra abilities, so he'll be fine.
Okay.
You see that it's already healed over, and it's just like, it was up to here, and now it's up to here, so
Oh.
we're doing fine.
Okay. I just had some flashbacks of potentials, maybe prosthetics, maybe...
Are there any robot parts left of that man?
No, you used them all. He sort of says, I just can't ride a griffin for a while, but other than that, I'll be fine. Hey, I'm just happy I didn't fall off.
Right. I was that. Drayden, you're the best flyer, I imagine.
Not then I wasn't, but yeah, thank you.
Alex, when did you roll for that? Or did it just kind of like...
What?
Did you roll for that? Like...
Oh yeah, I rolled for consequences for all of the people that helped you.
Okay. Shit. But tomorrow I need him to be his best. Well, that is a thing I could probably do.
Ask the blood crystals.
Ask the blood crystals. If he could do Healy stuff? I've never asked him for Healy stuff. It's an idea. reach back into the blood crystal's little, well, psychic link we got going on.
Oh my god, if you do, you're just turning into
Are you
Jesus.
mansplaining the psychic link? Come in.
Sorry.
I already know that he does have a healing ability. It's funny that you're just now asking about
I
it.
know.
You're
I
turning
just need
into...
to get the exchange rate.
You're
I think it's 3 for 1 or 4 for 1.
Nice. I mean, I have a lot of health.
You're turning into werewolf Jesus.
All right,
I
now,
love that album.
now for my next trick.
Life stealing,
We're good.
transfer.
We're going to turn water into wine. Oh no, it's just kind of bloody. Ew.
Yes, I see here I had it at 2 at one point, and then I scratched through that and I was like, nah, 3. Because I realized all of the other cool ass shit you have.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I did do that. 3 to 1 HP healing ratio. And just to let you know, you don't give 1 and they get 3. It's not that way. Your blood's not that cool. It's extra viscous.
Cost.
God, it comes out like gravy.
P2.
What is wrong with you? Are you okay?
That's what happens.
I love that you were like, hold on, I'm not sure about this. Did you roll for this? Did you roll that he missed an arm?
I was just curious.
That's what I fucking say. That's the roll.
Pray he doesn't injure Drayden further.
Oh, he's also missing his cock.
Well, what do you do, bud?
Well, alright. I'm going. Well, I'm stopping to the mine chrysalis. Sorry, the blood
yeah, of
chrysalis. And I'm like, I've never considered it, and I don't know why, but can we heal people?
Of course we can heal people. Blood is not just vitality and power, it's life. Many people fear us because we play with the dark thing. But we also are the heart of life and what we are.
Mm.
All living things bleed, Korvac.
Right.
And all things that bleed can be healed.
Okay. And here I've been running around shoving potions in people's mouths.
Ask and you shall receive, my lord.
Would it work in this situation? Could I get him riding it then?
You can do more than that.
Really?
You can do so much more. I'm just speaking in grandiose terms. But yes, of course you can do that.
Okay.
He means like, hey, can I heal this guy? And it's just like, of course you can heal this guy. You can heal this guy. You can heal that guy. You can do that. You can perform miracles, essentially. Yes. Werewolf Jesus. You got blood magic, baby. Not only are you the first werewolf and the most powerful werewolf, you are the only living entity with access to blood magic.
Yeah.
So, like, you can do a lot. You're a big, powerful man.
Yeah.
Use it.
And it's coming to an end, Alex, and I'm just realizing this.
How do you think I've felt in every episode? I'm like, you should talk to the blood chrysalis more.
Can I get you a can we get you a tattoo? It's just on your arm that says "Talk to the blood chrysalis."
Also, underneath that tattoo, what if I need it?
By his house's name and motto, House Korvac.
What if he needs it?
What if he needs it?
Max house motto, if it feels good, do it.
Nice. Alright. Well, I'm gonna try this out. On Drayden.
How much are you gonna give? Just tell me that.
It's a whole fucking arm, so like...
It's not his whole fucking arm! He was here, he's gone up to here.
Oh,
That's a quarter of his fucking arm.
You pump him full of blood and he explodes.
Too much blood! Oh, just like that one lady.
I did a bad thing, Mom. Mac!
So, let's try 50. Oh, 50 would only be... Well, we'll see what happens.
50 of yours would only be...
If I heal 50, it's 150 of mine.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. You sort of put your, like, you take a knee while, because he's sitting, and you start putting your hand over it, and everybody's sort of like, what the fuck is he doing?
Mm-hmm.
But you, like, kind of plant the blood chrysalis sort of down on the ground, and with one hand you sort of go over, and your hand goes sort of over his sort of nubbin,
Mm-hmm.
and you're there, and it looks to the outside like slits in your hand are going out all over, and blood is fusing from that, and like a form that you can control, like a font that's coming out of multiple cuts and then fusing into one blood typhoon at the end, and then that's hitting his hand at the end, and then where once that was healed over is now seemingly opening as a wound. But the blood that's coming out of you is forming, almost making like a faux blood hand in the image of his. Kind of like that scene where Peter Pettigrew gets that sort of silver hand.
Mm.
But like with blood. And it's slowly going. And with that, I'd say you get just past the wrist and you start seeing the formations of some blood, bone structure. But no physical details beyond that go through. You start see around the edge that what was blood is slowly turning to flesh, circulatory, like bone, circulatory system, nerves, flesh, muscle, fatty tissue, and then skin, and then that's slowly happening down the line, down the arm, and you're realizing that it has hit its growth, and now the body is healing and growing.
Mm.
You haven't given enough, and the body's reacting.
I would like to pump another 100. That's at least another... That's a third of 100 would be 33.
So you're going to give 99 health.
Yeah.
Let's just make it easy.
Yeah.
And subtract 99 from what you have.
You could just take a breather for a couple minutes.
So let's not...
1 minute.
The bones continue to grow, and they get to the end, and circulatory systems start flowing. And you start seeing more formed fingers up until about right here.
Oh, you bitch.
Right here.
Shit.
Just take a fucking breather, dude.
Nah, dude. What if I do 30? And it's just another 10?
Another 10?
Well, another 10 healing. Was that enough to get his fingertips?
Just not enough. Just not enough. That's 98% of a hand, I would call it. If we were graduating it on a 0 to 100 scale, I'd say it's 98% of a hand.
Another 9? That's 3 more healing.
That's good. That's good. Oh, he needed 100 HP to regrow his hand. Oh, yeah, 4?
Yeah.
Sin just comes behind you and slits your throat. Now I'm king of the werewolves.
It's not. You guys act like 4 for him is scary. The second he stops, 44, 88, 120, and that was
Because
good.
this is all blood magic, what do you look like? Do you look like you've just pruned up?
You can kind of see a sort of faintness in, like, pallid and color. And you can see a sort of deep purplish in where his veins are. But also there's like a sort of magical pulse that reverberates throughout it. That's more than just a heartbeat. And you can see even though you look so pallid and not malnourished, because you're still a fucking beefcake, but like viscous in the wrong way, you still seem vivacious and vital, as if there's a magic that's just like, no. At 4 HP, I'm still stronger than anyone in this room. because the second this ends, and as soon as your hand heals, your health regen starts immediately. And where are you in health right now? So low. You know that you're going to be back, and it takes a lot to damage you. But everyone watched as you just regrew someone's hand with no magic and faster than just normal shamans could do. Then there's sort of audible gasps, and Sten kind of... Sten realizes there's a lot more to you than just being a fighter.
Yeah.
As if he already knows, but it just reaffirms his beliefs. And Drayden kind of looks up to you after seeing it's just like, I had no idea.
Drayden, I need you tomorrow. I could not let that take that long.
I'll be there.
And that's 31 healing. 32 healing.
I'll be there, my messiah.
Sten's like, I think it's best we all take a rest.
Yeah, I could definitely use a rest after that.
Kaylin kind of puts a hand on your shoulder and sort of guides you towards her tent. And as she's walking there, she's like, can I get you anything?
Orange
Booze,
juice.
water.
I
She can see, like, the color's slowly
Yeah.
returning to you. It's not even anything bad, like, but it's just sort of like comfort, like
Yeah.
she knows you've been traveling.
yeah.
Anything you want. You're more than, like... She kind of looks around. Make a insight check.
I decided the blue one. Insight being 15.
People around you are more than treating you with regency. There are people kind of looking at you now with a knowing look, like, me too. Me too. And this is more than just you're my king. You're my founder. With what the people are going to talk about when you just regrew Drayden's hand, like, you're becoming more to these people than just a king. You're becoming a symbol, a hope, an idol.
Yeah.
You're giving power to them in a world scale. Goliaths used to be tribes. Now they're one of the strongest armies, marching in unison in banners as werewolves with their special units. The world tomorrow will not look at Goliaths the same way they did yesterday. And every day that has been true, more so than the last. And that's not something that's entirely your doing. As Sten, as Drayden, as Kaylin, as your mother, have helped you. But only as you as the flagship. You're still at 85% strength without them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And what they do behind you. You took Sten, a man who was the warband leader for monsters, and turned him a conqueror for his people. You brought your mother back to life with the help of your friend. I mean, ultimately he did that, but you asked.
Yeah.
And now here you are. And these people see that. And they're really looking forward to seeing you kick ass. And then that coming evening. And as you enter her tent, she kind of just talks to you and says, how do you put up with it?
Put up with what? Exactly.
Everyone looking at you like that. It's gotta be nerve-wracking.
Well,
I know we're a strong people and I'm a strong person, but people are starting to look at you as a god and the expectation that comes with that. I would just be afraid of letting people down.
Definitely felt like that the first time I came back to the village. Gets easier each time. But, I mean, I think I've proven to even myself there's a lot I can do. And we know that in the end, I have total faith we'll come out on top on this.
I do too. I mean, you're here. Look at all that we've accomplished. The soldiers have been talking about what happened that night. Not just that a bunch of men left and came back stronger. But the moon wasn't supposed to be full that night. And you knew that. And we told them that. Even the ones that weren't there and weren't awarded special privy, they're still on our side. They understand that not 100% can go, and they're good, loyal soldiers. They know why we picked what we picked. There's no dismay, but they saw the full moon too. So did everyone else in the world. And everyone has questions, but they know that they know, and that's... She like kind of gestures. All war bands are commingling, and as you saw when you were following, like it's not like, oh fuck, our guys, but there's also Priven soldiers, Commander Dijon soldiers are somewhere around here. Nothing talks faster than the PNN, the private news network.
Yeah.
Is what it was in the military. It's just rumors spreading around. And I heard from a guy from a fella in another detachment that we're moving out tomorrow. You know?
Yeah.
So talk of people knowing that we made the moon glow. We made a full moon because we needed one. What else can we do? We're just now learning about the Eternals, and that sounds like something that we thought only they could do. A couple months ago, we thought no one could do.
Yeah.
And now someone like that is on our side.
It's what was needed. We had to be. If we're going to be...
I know, but still. It's a lot to take in and think about. And it's okay to, I'll say thank you for it, but also, I'll not say revel, but perceive it, encapsulate it. That's how people see you. That's how people see us. That's how history will be written. Korvac Dragonsbane summoned light from the moon and made a full moon on the 3rd of a month.
Well, I mean, if you put it like that, it certainly won't be forgotten. That's for sure.
She kind of just...
You're so humble.
I mean, am I? We had to be what we were.
And then it's just like, hey, like, what are you going to be? And she's like, I am the biggest. And like when you were with Jakar, I am the biggest and I am the strongest. And it's like, yeah, but you're more than that.
Yeah.
You're a dude.
I am just a dude trying to fix things.
As long as you're happy. As long as you'll find peace when this is done. A peace that you've made. Remember, most people like to... when they're raised on war, in this sort of levels of trials and tribulations, that's what their life is forever. It's just... have time for you too.
I mean, it's not like that thought hasn't crossed. You know, what if I get too used to it, right? If I want to seek that high, essentially. Because I don't think... I mean, I can't perceive the future, but I don't think killing the Praetorian is gonna be something on that scale again in my lifetime.
Killing an Eternal? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think even the Eternals are starting to see that.
Yeah.
I just learned. It's insane what we didn't know. And how small the world is and how big... Well, how small our world is and how big the world is. This is all too much to think about tonight.
Yeah.
Let's go to bed.
Let's.
And then we'll switch over to your thing. Make your way to Castle Backstreet.
Yes, sir.
You teleport there. It is lower in the evening. You get the sense that Raph is probably in bed. But give me a perception check.
Damn, dueling 16s, 22.
Give me 1 second. Let me look up something. Where was that dude's fucking name? The fucking blonde wizard that came over from the other side.
Oh.
The one that kept harassing me.
He didn't harass you. Pretty sure I put it in this book. Well, maybe I didn't. I guess I did put it in this one. Come on, guys. None of us have it. Cedric Fromhammer. And there he goes. Now he writes it down. If I introduce a character, please write his name down. Alright. I don't know why I needed to know that. That had popped up in my head, and then I realized I couldn't know it. So I just kind of was like, let's get to it. What was your perception check, by the way?
22.
There's a lovely aroma in the room. And it kind of basks through the whole castle. And it's coming from the kitchen.
Do I know what it smells like?
It smells of warm pastry.
Ooh. Guess I have to head in that direction.
You see Big Mama and Snaggletooth working away, sort of making... like, Snaggletooth seems to be making muffins for the morning. And it seems like he's going to be the night cook, kind of doing everything. But Big Mama also seems to be sort of just making confectionaries, all sorts and all types, for the kids and for just to just generally have. Oh, it's good to see you, baby. And she goes over and gives you a squish on the cheek. It must be somber times if you're coming and visiting the castle.
Yeah, I thought I would come back and spend the night here just to see everybody. Oh my god, I don't think I've been back since I had the boon added.
Nope.
What is the atmosphere like? Does Big Mom and Snaggletooth seem stressed, or are they at ease?
Roll inside.
18.
Big Mama's a caretaker. She will put on a strong face for other people. She's baking confections late at night because she thinks people need something to look forward to. And people need a nice smell in the castle right now. People need to have comfort. And she's doing what she can. That's why she was put here by Crunch. Because this place needed a true caretaker. But Big Mama seems calm. Snaggletooth seems calm. He's been around Big Mama for a while. But everybody knows these are dark days. And there's always that sort of looming opinion over everybody's head.
May I take some pastries with me, by the way?
Well, of course, that's what they're here for, sugar.
I'm sure Korvac would like some.
Oh, I bet he would. He's spending some time with a lady friend?
Yes.
That's good. Good for him to move on from Basco. They won't ride for each other.
Sure fucking won't.
Are you like floating over my head like a mini Korvac?
T-posing.
I think Basco was good for him at the time.
Stepping stones, stepping stones. Like I used to work for Crunch. And now I'm here. It's good working in the best castle. Floating in the cities, but I need to be serving people. Not just him. I left him in capable hands, but too many chefs spoil the broth. Spread the wealth and love around, right, sugar?
Absolutely. When was the last time you had like a vacation?
Well, there's enough of us here that if I want a few days off, I'd take a few days off. Just do my own thing, sugar. I do that. Sometimes I go down to chapel, blow off some steam. That's why there's so many of us. We have a pretty good rotation.
Okay.
Well, I haven't been stressed since, well, the night I had to protect all the children. But I stopped, I thought I had put that behind me.
The fighting?
Mm-hmm.
I hope that we can continue that. Not you fighting, I should say, but, continuing the peace of this castle. I think that's why I always enjoy coming back to Castle Backstreet. And in a lot of ways, it has started to feel like home.
Crunch recognized that we both worshipped Garrett, the orc god of the cook. And some people call him a battle cook, and he was. He sold his soldiers and he just combat, but his main thing was, keep everyone together, keep morale high. And there's a beauty in that. And there's a worship in that.
Something I take away from Crunch myself.
What's that?
His sense of hospitality. As much as he was a man holding the world upon his shoulders, he shouldered it well. In a lot of ways, made it so that the people around him couldn't even see that.
He was a man of many tricks, many talents, and many hats, wasn't he?
Yeah. A lot of hats, a lot of tricks.
What's going on? What you mean? You found a new hat yourself?
It's just Crunch is somebody with layers. I feel like I've learned more about him since his passing than I knew him in life.
I don't know if that's true, darling. You uncovered a whole hell of a lot of secrets while he was alive.
I did also only, unfortunately, get to know him for a couple of months.
But you know him in some of the best months.
Absolutely.
And look what that got you back. It got you back your papa. You made your mama happy. You made Cringe happy. You put me here, feeding the children. You've given a home to 5 orcs. You freed Raph from slavery, given Vaughn purpose. Life is more than just your own swimming through the lake of life. You make a wake, and that wake hits other people. And just like Cringe, when you move other people, you move them forward. Just like he did. And that's why y'all are a good family. And that's why the month that you had were good. And it might feel like you're learning more about him, but that's just because he made such a wake that the people in his life are now making a wake too, and that's just now hitting you. And you're getting the stories from that. And a man that lives as long as that, he's got a lot of wake. And that's just going to keep hitting you. Over and over. It's like when your pa dies, and you see people you've never met that knew your father 20, 30 years ago before you might have even been born, and then they're talking to you about, oh, I used to go with my father to do this and do that, and these are things you never knew when you're learning about him. That ain't a bad thing. It's just the life that you knew or that he had outside of yours. It's not a bad thing. Same's gonna happen to you one day. She goes back to putting more things in the oven. You're gonna have a little, maybe a Mac Fleetfoot Jr., or maybe even more than that. Maybe you have a whole litter. And they ain't gonna know the same you that Korvac knows. Are they?
No. I do. As much as I want to have my own family.
Ooh, okay.
I already feel like I have a greater family than I could ever possibly hope to create myself. And in a lot of ways, I kind of want to not replicate, but bring into the next generation the teachings and thoughts Korvac Cringe had.
Well, that's the beauty of the love Cringe had, isn't it? It ain't about the family you have, and he had a good family, and he loved his family. But everyone was his family, and he loved everyone. And he wanted a bigger family, and bring more people in. And the more you do that, and the more you protect those people, well, it's only going to be better. No one makes the world better. Everyone makes their world better by making it smaller. And that's a good lesson to learn. And I'm sure that made Cringe very happy.
If I can do one thing in my life, and I was once told that I will reach a point in which I have peaked. I will no longer grow as a person. I will have reached my full potential, and that will be what leads to my, demise.
How'd you get something like that, darling?
From a very special friend.
And she kind of looks at that. Huh. And you've been bearing that weight this whole time?
Yeah.
And what makes you think that means it's soon?
I don't intend to make it soon.
And she kind of stops what she's doing and sits down beside you and pours like something in a mug and then passes that to you. And then pours some of that and more of it into a mug. It's my special something. You're gonna like it.
I take a sip.
It is something very weird. It's like a brewed tea drink to kind of help her have some pep in her step, but it is also heavily alcoholic as well. It tastes very earthy and it's slightly warm. It's like a tea-based hot toddy, but with orc strength.
I think where I'm... Whew. Whew.
Yeah, it'll get you there. That's for sure, baby.
Take the fucking hair off my chest.
What were you gonna say?
I kind of thought about it. What does it mean by
Peak?
the end of my potential? Because it begs the question of what do I bring to this world? Look at Korvac. His potential is quite clearly in his ability to grow in strength and his ability to have people, follow him from behind. Basco's potential is his ability to, his kingly might, his ability to take care of his people. But if I look back at my adventures and who I was and who I've become, the thing I've grown in more than anything else is my ability to change people, help people.
And as much as you've done that, even if it's not the thing you're best at, you're still getting better. You might peak when you have run out of life and you look at your great-great-grandbabies and know they're safe. And you know life ain't getting better than that. Maybe that's your peak. Maybe Korvac's peak is
10,000 pull-ups.
Maybe Korvac's peak is knowing he doesn't need to be the biggest and the strongest, because he's done raising boys to do that for him. Maybe Basco's peak is when Therowen and Therowill knows full regency. When the elves get back to the way they were before, they had their culture stolen from them. You don't know what your peak is until you've looked past it. You're never gonna know on this side, baby. I don't think Cringe ever peaked, do you? That man lived more lifetimes than I've ever lived. Or ever will. And that man was better every day. And he made sure those around him were too.
Absolutely.
And you're doing the same. So the fact that you get to know, you get to see your best, surely that's a blessing.
I had a little bit of a reminder recently. I think before I leave this world, as much as I know my story will be told, I think I need to make sure Crench's story is told as well. It's only right to honor him that way, and the only way a bard can.
It would be one day, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
He always said, people would always tell stories. People need stories. And we'd all have our story told one day. Somehow I just knew. I knew he was right. You have your moment with her. Is there anything else you wanted to do?
I think at this stage I'm just gonna say, well, as much as I love spending time with you, Big
You
Mom,
look like you need 1,000 rests and baths, sugar.
I do, but I do have to have a meeting with my father.
I think he's sleeping, sugar. Oh wait, no. It wouldn't be that late. Never mind. That's right. You guys, it wasn't midnight yet. It'd be about 9 o'clock, so no, he'd be around. You want me to bring something to his room?
Tea would be good, please.
Just tea?
Oh, I take out the bag of Chikar and Kush. I think he's gonna need this.
Just tea?
Well, whatever you think will fit.
Okay. So you make your way, it's not too far down the hall. You have your plate of pastries. Let me,
I teleport one to Korvac.
it's not Desert Winds anymore, so I don't know why I've had it on that this entire time.
Korvac's like post-coitus and just a fucking like bear claw lands on his chest.
Yeah.
Someone's looking out for me, Kaylin.
You make your way to his room, not too far down the hall. You open the plate, knock, of course. He invites you in. Him and your mother just kind of winding down for the evening, talking, hanging out by the firefighter. One's reading a book. Mac goes see you. Oh, hey, son. I didn't know you were back. That smells lovely. What do you got there?
Pastries.
Ooh.
Made by Big Mama. I think
Ooh.
she's bringing some stuff up for us.
Oh, nice. Please bring it by the table. It's a little late, but, you know, taste the time.
I hope I'm not intruding.
No, we were winding down for the evening, getting ready to go to bed. There's always time. What's up?
I have some things I need to talk to you about.
Mother kind of puts on the book. Oh, no. Should I be here for this?
Can I... Well, I don't know what kind of check. I need to think about it. I'm going to... Talking about everything that's kind of happened in the last couple of days, I'm kind of wondering if maybe my mom should be, you know, out of the picture. They, you know, not hear the nitty-gritty.
So like an insight on whether or not she can handle it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
24.
This pertains to her. I'm sure some of the things you've discussed, she was in that memory. It's important. Your mother's uncomfortable with this stuff. The world's an uncomfortable place right now, but she's a strong woman.
Yeah, sir. I guess we'll sit down on the table and I put out the bag of Chikaran Kush.
Your mother goes, oh, it's that bad, is it?
It's mostly because it's fascinating weed. I found it in a very strange place.
Go on. Where? Where'd you find it?
So, we've been investigating a relic of the past. For one of the greatest heroes of our world, Chikaran.
Chikaran. I've heard that name. Where have I heard that name? I found a book once. Crench had it. I think I remember seeing Chikaran was on that somewhere.
Well, yeah, we kind of have, you know, learned a lot about him in the last couple of days, and
So what'd you find out? Oh, and this came from him?
Yeah.
He's alive?
So it's yes and no.
Tell me how it's that.
I put my I'm not wearing glasses anymore. I'm like, I only say this to you, especially because you're my family, and I think I've debated what to do with this knowledge. It's a secret that Crench has been holding from us.
I mean, there's probably thousands.
Dad, where did Crench say he got his axe from?
I remember he had came back with it shortly after we had been found, because you know he had wandered for a bit
Yeah.
before he had found us, because the trip here was bad. Somewhere along the way, he said it was a very powerful artifact. And it had bits of him in it, like the immovable rod. He used to use that all the time. He said he kind of took one powerful thing and added a few more powerful things to it and made that.
So, when we had Crench's funeral, I was actually kind of brought to his axe. His axe tried to speak to me.
It's sentient?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
His axe asked me, who is worthy to wield it? And at the time...
What did you say?
I panicked.
Claptack?
It would have been a good choice. But I found the wielder for Crench's axe. And I think it may have been chosen specifically by Crench to be the one to wield it.
How did you do that?
So there's a young man.
Young man.
There's an half orc that we met during the beginning of our adventure named Quarth, who is a very special boy.
And why do you think he chose him?
I'm still debating that.
What makes you think he chose him? It sounds like you chose him.
Well, Quarth was told by Crench's simulacrums to come help us about a couple of hours ago, actually.
It would have been over a day.
Yeah.
It's been several days he was in that bush waiting for you guys.
Oh yeah, I would know. I looked at him, his sweaty ass, every day.
I correct my statement. I'm like, he came to our help. He was watching out on a place of interest. But while we were there, the Praetorians showed up. And Quarth came out with 2 large greatswords and started stabbing into the Praetorian and actually seemed to do damage to him. And then the Praetorian proceeded to beat the ever-living shit out of Quarth to the point of his life. He may have already have been dead. And it was at that point I heard in my head, who is worthy to wield me? As if the axe was telling me that Quarth is the one to wield it. And I said Quarth. And then the axe, I guess, shot out of, Crench's castle and shot all the way across the Pangier to where Quarth is and have resurrected him.
It wouldn't have been that far.
I guess, yeah.
Because remember, he's somewhere out in the wheat fields that separate, and then you guys are on the mountain. That's the barrier. So it wouldn't have been not that far.
Yeah. It resurrected Quarth, made him whole, but it did something else to him.
What's that?
And it's something Crench has been carrying with him this entire time. Quarth has always been a very simple man. There's not much oomph to going on up there, even though he's a really nice man. This axe gave him a new personality almost, a hyper-intelligence.
Crench was intelligent when I knew him.
I know.
Very intelligent.
But that axe seems to carry the heart and soul of Crench and the man who wielded it before Crench, Shakern.
What?
Does it wield anybody else?
I don't think so.
I mean, the man had his secrets.
I haven't even gotten to the best part. So Quarth, as his new being with Chakern's axe, basically threw the Praetorian into space to buy us time. So that's why I'm here and not fighting the Praetorian.
Okay.
When we were in Chakern's tower, I came across something else. Something quite interesting. In Chakern's bedroom, there was a book on his table named My Friend Crench by Mac Fleetfoot.
I didn't write it.
I didn't write it either, but...
Is Chakern so powerful that he went in the future?
I think so. It looks like he went in and, I couldn't read what the end of our story is.
Of course he fucking would. What an asshole.
Yeah, but I can't put into words how it made me feel.
Look. Crench went through a lot And he's always been himself. But I could tell a lot happened in the time that was apart when he came to us, when we all came back. I've always put it down to it was a long journey. He didn't have us. We'd grown into a close family. If he thought we were lost, that would have crushed him. The only thing he had was the hope that we were still alive. A man now without a family? After all of that, all the heart and soul we had all put into each other? And now, of course, the realization of, I'm not going to die. We did make this jump. Everyone's fine. My friend's gone through some things. You kind of are dealing with your own thing. You don't really... I guess some of that must have been that, but... He looked at me different when he found me again. Not in a bad way, in a great way. I really thought... I don't know what this has become, but it's like... Ooh, something really scary. Spooky.
Yeah, there's something really scary in Home Goods. You don't want to go there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's one of those, like, he looked at me different. Not in a bad way, but... He hugged me. I could see the change in his eyes. I could see that so much was on his soul. I could see the weight of everything that had happened. And when he hugged me, and he told me that this is where things get better. He told me the best years were now in front of us. It was a strange world and a new place. The hell? And then he kind of looks over and holds around his hand and squeezes it. Well, what happened now?
I was also shown. So, when we were in Shakarn's tower, so there was a series of challenges that we had to solve, and we all kind of figured out...
They kind of look at each other. Wizards.
But we kind of found out that those challenges were based around friendship and bonding and things like that. And our final challenge, I was given visions of things that happened in the past, related to conversations that, you two had had about me, about Crench.
Okay, what happened?
I feel like you two were arguing, or having a
You
discussion.
were a little wee baby, too.
Yeah. I was a small child. And it had to do with...
And then your mother goes, it was the last time you saw us. Together.
Yeah.
You went to go fight him.
Oh, and another fun fact. So, Brando was brought here.
That was what was fucking said in that
Oh,
conversation,
yeah, sorry.
bud.
There was a lot of info that was dumped in there. I couldn't remember where it was. I mean, why was Brando brought here?
He was on the ship when we came through.
Why? Had he snuck on?
Yes. We thought he was a thing that was in our past. We thought he was dealt with. And when we came through, he didn't just save us when he saved the ship, did he? And it became our responsibility at that point. And that's why it was so close to home for us. We'd only ever brought good to this world. To think that we had brought that, we couldn't live with that.
Why did he hate us so much?
Who?
Brando. It seemed like it burned him. But we survived and prospered. I mean, you can argue so much about, the insanity of vampires, but there was very much a drive to him with the things he said to me when he fought us. He made it very personal.
And it was very personal. That man was our antithesis for a long time. Every time he brought people a coven together, that was a family he forged. And every time we killed them thinking we were killing him, we killed another one of his family. That only ever drew him to want to kill ours as well. The amount of times we thought we had him killed, and I thought we had him killed too. I thought he was dead. Hell, he might have been on the castle and not even realized it. There might have been like a fragment of his being. And just because of his strength, just...
I hope that he's dead now. I hope we're not leaving some sort of immortal vampire for,
We always thought we had it taken care of. But remember, he had the super beam for when he turned into a ghost. From what I heard, Crinch was prepared. Naslin certainly helped him. It's good that, he had the time to prepare for it.
Yeah.
Is this really what you want to talk about right now? The past? So at this point, somebody comes in, drop you guys some tea, some strong ale, some brandy, some wine, a little bit of everything, some whiskey. It's like cards. Whenever you're done, they'll take it away.
In a lot of ways, yes and no. I had a lot I wanted to tell you guys.
And you have. Your mother goes, "It's always good to see you." I know you got to do your own thing. And I know you're saving the world. It's easier when I have your father here. I know it's terrible to say that, but having someone giving me assurance. You're not your father. Like I always said. You were strong enough to get him back.
With the help of my friends.
He's like, I had Crench with me.
So I have some other, looking into the future, I have some other news. So, may he rest in peace up there. Darian has left me a sizable fortune.
That's good.
I get out
That's nice of him, too. Not good, horrible, but...
I think he wants me to have it. He gave me the rights to all of the music
Oh, wow. And it's everything, too. That's at college. It's everything. That's crazy.
Yeah. He's definitely set me up for my future and the future of the Fleetfoot line moving forward.
Is that what you want?
I will always, at the end of the day, want to do, said quotably by my friends, bard shit. I want to make sure that what happens here and today in this period is never forgotten by the people of the world again. Because that's where we failed the last time, is we forgot what happened.
It's not like we had a choice.
I mean, I know.
But it will. For sure. Whether you see to it or not. You don't have to put that all on your shoulders. It's weaker men to light the torch. It's weaker men to put the torch down. It's lesser men to tell the story. It's up to people like you to have a story to tell. People will tell your story. You don't have to worry about telling it. Live it. You're doing more than anyone else is.
I don't know what my future holds. But
That's the point, kid.
who knows what future Fleetfoots will do as well.
Well, Chakern apparently did. But he's not going to tell, is he?
What will my grandchildren be like? Or my great-grandchildren?
Your mother goes, there's going to be grandchildren?
Maybe.
Is there a lady?
Yes.
So you're doing all this, and you're going to tell us all this about crazy things and wizards I've never heard of, but you're not going to tell me that you have a lady friend?
Been with her for like a month.
You've had a small fortune from Darien for less than 24 hours, and you told us about that.
I love your Jewish mom.
It's been a spare of the moment kind of thing. She's also a bard.
Okay.
Halfling.
Of course.
She's very nice. I might, if all things go according to plan tomorrow, I'm sure you and her will meet once I ask her to,
What's going on tomorrow?
Praetorian?
How are they meeting tomorrow?
No, I said if all things go plan tomorrow afterwards.
Oh, when you said if all things go according to plan, tomorrow you'll
We
meet.
kill the Praetorian.
Cormac's like fighting the Praetorian.
Okay, good. We've set that aside. Mom, meet my girlfriend. Was there anything else you wanted to say to your parents?
Love you.
And we love you. No matter what happens, this family loves each other. And the family you've made loves each other. And the family that Crinch made, we're all here. We're all in it together. And we'll all be there. Whether physically or in our own hearts. Someone's got to watch the castle.
There's always got to be somebody in the castle. Where's my rat, by the way?
In your room?
I mean, I'm sure he has an independent life. I think now it's probably I have a long day tomorrow.
Let's take our break.
Yes.
You get to the rat. Oh my god, this cheese.
Alright. I have a piss on deck and I've had it for about 30 minutes.
I've needed to use the bathroom.
I'm like, why have you been taking so fucking long giving a recap of everything that's happened in the past 20 sessions? I'm like, yeah, we did that. Yep. We also did that.
That's how you talk to your parents.
We could have yada 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 that.
But I also don't.
I know, but it was good. I'm not saying it was bad to not RP, but should have told your mom about your girlfriend.
Listen, I know what it's like to have a Jewish mother. Mac Fleetfoot needs to tell everything.
We'll be back, gang.
Georgie, I'm hungry.
That's how you know from Seinfeld. That's why you're able to say I know what it's like to have a Jewish mother. sound.
Testing 1, 2.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome tonight on PBS.
Please, just a simple $8 donation.
Oh, God, yes, please. So, you all spend time with loved ones.
God.
Had an evening for yourselves, took a breather, slept on it. Finally get yourselves a long rest. If you guys know I need to... We'll be back at full health, bud.
Oh my god, no
After
necrotic damage.
Oh,
How low were you?
It was like, where's my... I had a note.
304?
It was under 300, actually. You hit me with a big one. But no, it was like 270. It was like forcing me down to.
I'm good.
Good. You wake up. I imagine you're going to wake up first, because you spent a little bit more time doing stuff.
True.
You had a very tiring evening.
I did.
You wake up, you kiss her good morning, you have a bit of fun times.
Mm-hmm.
You grab a hearty Goliath breakfast on the field, and then poof. Where do you transport to?
Right in the courtyard of Castle Backstreet.
Okay. Raph greets you. Master Korvac, I was told to be expecting you this morning. Lunch has been prepared for you. I hear you'll be having quite the day.
I mean, for sure, it's going to be a long one.
We're all rooting for you here.
Thank you, Raph.
He takes you inside. Mac, you're just now waking up and someone's telling you Korvac's here.
Oh, what?
Yes, my lord. Time. Korvac is here.
Oh, good. I'll be down in a minute.
Okay. By the time you hit the main square, Mac is just now coming out of his room.
All right. Well, Mac, ready for the big day?
Your big day?
For our big day. We're going places.
We are going places.
We're going to Masters.
Mac just starts cackling to himself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that. If I told you, you'd laugh as well.
I don't know if I would. Are you not going to tell me?
Okay, we'll tell you. We'll tell you. You're twisting our arm here.
All right.
We're going to the moon.
Shit, man.
Yeah, shit.
Oh, okay.
See?
We have something we have to get from the moon.
Hold on, real fast. Something we gotta get from the moon.
10-minute adventure.
It's gonna be like 5 sessions, real life. Before we leave, should we maybe speak to the resident wizards of Castle Backstreet?
I know, right?
Which one?
Vaughn.
It could have been Tamlin. He's also a resident wizard.
Yeah, but...
Does he scare you?
Yeah.
Vaughn, busy doing some court wizard stuff, but not busy enough to see you guys. Comes out, especially to see you all off. Today's the big day, is it not?
Yep.
Well, wish you luck. Is there anything else that I can do for you?
No, I think, Vaughn, you've done a lot.
From what I've seen, I feel like not nearly enough. Visions, awful things to come. Things as if we fail. A lot is riding on this. A lot. This is not jovial times.
I mean, you're right. But you've slaved away at sea for days.
And I had rest for days. Let me in, Mikey.
Okay.
If the time comes. If you need Tamlin, I'll be here.
Sure. Thank you for everything, of course. Please hold the fort down.
And you do I.
Thank you.
It's all right. guess we're gonna go see Tamlin. Thanks, Vaughn. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow. We're going to see you tomorrow.
Are you coming back here?
After everything's said and done, big battle. I'd like to see you again tomorrow.
Well, hold on. So, it's about like 7 a.m. Midnight tonight's fight.
Yeah.
Do you really think like it's the end of this thing? Yeah, it's finally it. It's finally over.
Well, maybe we tell him to come here.
I was just like, I don't know. It was like, cause are you really gonna be done with Chikern's tower and be like, all right, let's pop up. We said we were gonna see Castle Backstreet.
The Praetorian is
The Praetorian's about to land, but we did say we were gonna see Castle Backstreet.
we killed the Praetorian. Korvac's immediately like, all right, back. Take
We
it.
have obligations. We said we'd have them for dinner tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sorry, wrap up this hero shit, but we're done here.
Basco.
It was just a battle.
Basco's, in his shallow grave.
We wouldn't resurrect him?
It's magic stuff. You wouldn't understand.
He was killed by magic death.
So you all gather yourselves. I'm gonna ask you now. How are you gonna get there?
Should I just burn the teleport to take us to Chikern's tower?
I would say yes. Carefully and secretly.
Is that possible? You're gonna cast the level 7 spell, teleport?
Has to be through a teleportation circle.
It does have to be through the teleportation circle. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah, just like you did last time.
Yes.
Carefully, quietly, and secretly.
Yes.
Luckily, you already have a shit ton of those because you bought way too many of the fucking
Yes.
the chalk that you needed.
Yeah.
So I say we do that and, have a nice chat.
Are you doing that now? Are you getting started with that?
Yeah.
Where do you do this in?
I'll do it in my bedroom.
Giggity.
As we did last time.
So you get yourself some private space going, you say your goodbyes, your mother and your father there are kind of like, good luck, kid. Everybody knowing that what you're about to do is important. A lot of tension in the air, but no one knows exactly why. You go in and you got about 10 minutes. That's just weird tension while Korvac
Yeah.
fiddles with the blood chrysalis.
Korvac doing pull.
Puts the blood chrysalis in between like the slats in your bed frame and starts just doing pull-ups. It's like, yeah, this is a good use of my time. Yep.
So Korvac, while I'm working on this, is there maybe somebody you want to scry on?
All right.
Do you think maybe you could scry on the Praetorian?
I was gonna say, I almost said Chikern. But, holy shit. Why do I keep doing this?
Who? Just tell us who.
The one who is now Chikern's new
Quarth.
champion.
Quarth.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna scry on Quarth. He's probably got this. Yeah.
No, you can't scry on him.
Of course not.
Not only is he much better at reversing your scries now,
Yeah.
he just rolled a 19.
Yeah.
Put you in a mental prison.
Do you want to try Mordecai? Remember that one?
It's gonna be fun when Korvac breaks out of that.
That's why I was like, you really want to try to scry on the Praetorian?
So, okay, so, yeah, no, I don't think I want to scry on the Victorian.
Zergert.
Quarth was a no-go. Zergert, it's definitely something I should check up on.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
She would have been back by now?
No. You would have met him leaving. Sorry. As you guys, let's just write kind of real fast. While you guys are in the main little kind of square doing that, Isilith and him have been preparing from here.
Oh, okay, they haven't even left yet.
No. They're actually leaving now. So, Isilith, I thank God you said that, because that was supposed to have a whole round of goodbyes here.
Mm-hmm.
Isilith and Zergert all look to you. You have a nice home here, and I thank you for being hospitable while we make our plans. We've been... Is this your divination?
Yeah.
We've been studying the documents Narup have. I'm not going to really have much in the ways of night vision after a while, so it's good to memorize it. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm sorry that I'm finally now stepping up to do my part.
Thank you for doing your part.
Zerger kind of steps in and looks at both of you. Thank you for giving me a place in your story. A couple of months ago, I was just a cell sword. And now I'm your super soldier.
Yeah, look at you now, man. You
Korvac's just like,
you come back alive.
or else.
Or else.
Well, if it's an order, I have no choice. And then him and Isilith look at each other, and it's sort of like a moment of, well, bad news for him then, because from the way we both see it, one of us is coming back. And only one of us.
I hope for the best.
Well, we appreciate the boon.
Of course.
It's also around Zergert's finger.
As it should be. If I had to choose between Isileth and Zerger.
Just like think about like fucking Robo Arm, Arrow of Yondu, the Green Thumb, 9th level spell ring.
Yeah.
Like not only through like how much you guys have leveled it up, this dude's like fucking legendary adventurer status.
Yep.
He's like an elected fucking
Just from
shit.
like collecting your guys' hand-me-downs, like I no longer want this 9th level spell ring. I've grown bored of it. Alright! I can't put wish in it anymore. What's the point?
It's useless to us now, right?
Enjoy your teleportation and 2 casts of shield.
How long do you think your mission will take?
A day? If everything goes to plan while you're distracting them above. We're closing the gate below. Hopefully a little bit before. Once we do, most of the undead will lose a lot of their power with their connections separated from what we've heard, from what we know. They shouldn't be here, and they only exist here because a lot of the power he'll be using will be to hold open a gate. We'll get a backdraft for him, we'll seal it off, we'll close off most of the undead, and hopefully you will be able to handle the rest.
I think we got this.
I think we have this, and I hope we have many miracles as well. He kind of looks around and is like, looks at Zergert. Well, my big metal man, let us walk into the bosom of the earth, into the halls of death itself. Zergert goes to seeing the sunrise tomorrow. And then they make their way out. And you make your way into your room and you guys start doing your...
What fucking heroes, right?
I know.
Isilith and Zerg are best friends, best bros. What does that roll for?
Which one gets to live?
God, don't do that to me, man.
Can it be both?
Maybe.
There's also the chance it could be neither.
Maybe.
No.
See, it was going to be 50-50, but when you add in the chance of doing more, you also in the chance of having neither. We'll see.
Just dropping that 9th level spell ring into the enemy's hands.
I just want to let you know that I put the die down randomly there. I didn't set them that way.
0-0.
Perfect reset. You guys make your teleportation circle. Is there anybody else you want to try on before he finishes? 'Cause you only did the one, and that was an insta-fail.
Yeah,
You got time for a few.
Try Malin.
Yes.
Malin. Let's try Malin. It's a good one.
No.
Fuck. Okay.
27.
Is there anybody of import?
He's a paladin, remember.
Yeah.
The only time you got on him last time was because he rolled really low. I think if I'm not mistaken, he rolled a 2, and that's basically the only way.
So people I have been scrying on are either too powerful now, or dead.
Isn't it fun how we get to the end game and it turns out like that?
Yeah.
Quarth was like your only gimme, and now
Yeah.
What's Basco doing?
stalking on your old boyfriend.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
he's a druid. He's got 16 plus his wisdom saving throw, which is 11 if I'm not mistaken.
Alright, Mac, I don't think I'm going to see anything today.
Just grab Mac just to make sure it keeps working.
Yeah.
Work faster, halfling.
You make your final teleportation circle.
Mm.
The lights start burning light,
Okay.
bright, and it kind of burns up the chalk, and you guys hop in, and then you are sort of teleported to Chikern's teleportation room.
Alright, so
Frederick is once again,
he's there.
of course, because he wasn't anywhere until you guys appeared in the castle, and he appeared directly in front of you.
Okay.
Because why would he need to have a physical form when you guys aren't here?
Yeah. I think the first thing I want to ask Frederick.
Where's the axe?
It's right there.
No. If he's seen Quarth. If he's seen Quarth come in. If Quarth has popped in at all.
Not quite sure who Quarth is, but I feel his connection to this place.
Okay. So when he said he had things to do, this wasn't it.
No one has been here since you all, and no one has been added to the guest list.
Alright, Frederick. We've heard there's a teleportation circle at the top.
I wouldn't call it something as rudimentary as that.
Okay. So a method to get to the moon is what I'm getting at.
If we're not talking slyly about it anymore, yes.
Is there any way you could show us how to get there?
If you make it there,
Okay. So, from his private quarters, I imagine.
to the vault,
Mm-hmm.
a few, the floor, and then the planetarium.
Okay. Well, let's start at the private quarters, if you could bring us there. Or we merely have to just want it?
As you start thinking about it, your body just sort of starts floating there at a pretty fast pace. Yeah, you're kind of like, you go up through the main room, like past the tree.
Mm-hmm.
You go past all those many, many doors with who knows what going through on down the other side of them. You go up, and then you go past the conservatory, past the library, into his private chambers, and there you sit.
Okay.
He has his personal library. He has his armoire/wardrobe.
Well, he mentioned a vault, so I guess I would look around for something like that.
The vault was implied to be the next floor up.
Okay. Okay.
And every floor this far is required.
Some sort of test.
Cool, we're gonna spend the rest of this session doing that.
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Can I get just a good cursory glance of the room?
Sure, go ahead and give me a perception check. Mac, read the book. What book?
See if it's changed. The one that he supposedly wrote.
Didn't you take that with you?
You took it with you?
Yeah.
Did you? I don't know.
Yeah, I took it with me.
Yeah. No, nothing's changed about it at all.
So that would be.
Oh wait, no, you can't take it with you. Nothing. You can't take anything out of the tower. He said.
Okay.
Yeah.
I lay in his bed.
23.
Roll wisdom saving throw. Go ahead.
23 for looking around.
You see that he's got his personal library in here. Many chronicles and many things, probably personal journals, close things that he wanted to investigate. There seems to be a sort of minor workshop for tinkering, private things that he wanted to do kind of like right before bed so that he didn't have to go straight to like, an arcanum or anything like that. And then, the wardrobe, the armory, the place that you've already been inside of. It's just, it's tough to think about. It's just like nobody's been in this guy's bedroom for years. Now here we are. It's just like, what do we need to do?
Yeah. Frederick's with us.
Mm-hmm. As he always is.
I got a 12 on my wisdom saving throw.
It's a very comfy bed. Like, super comfy. Like, thread count like 1,500. Like, the best down gooses, genetically bred perfectly for just the pillows and the blankets. This is comfort upon comfort. And you notice there's like almost an enchantment on the mattress that whatever cool temperature or warm temperature you'd like is generated in both the atmosphere around you and the bed itself.
Do I doze off?
If you want to. You feel like it's basically like if you wish to become sleepy and rest. If right now you feel comfortable enough to do that, you absolutely would. Yep. You take a quick snooze. Quick snooze-erino. Marty, what you doing?
The walls! The walls!
They speak to me through this.
Alright. Max sleeping.
Do you notice this?
Yeah, with a 22 perception.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's taking a quick nap, Reno. Even though it's 7:30 in the morning and he just had an 8-hour nap.
Yeah.
8-hour sleep.
So, Frederick.
Yes.
Any hints you can give about getting to the vault? Any ideas?
Well, it's a vault.
So, it's hidden. So it's a vault. You mean that in the literal sense? Should I be looking for a little lockbox?
What I'm saying is, if you were someone who made an entire floor on a magical tower, its entire point is to be the final point. A bedroom's one thing, but your secrets, the dangerous things, would you make it so easy? Would you have hints? You're already in his bedroom. That's already getting a lot. This is intimate and close to the man. Not even I spend too much time in here.
Okay.
That's not true. I did spend a good amount of time in here, but you know what I mean. Like, a vault is a vault. It's meant to be secure.
Thing is every single one of these tests have been more or less a thought or idea or mental state that needed to be reached. Well, near the end, anyways. Or an understanding. I just feel like I don't have anything to go on with this one.
As like you would want if you were hiding your most precious valuables.
What? I'm gonna walk over to where Mac's sleeping.
Okay.
And I'm gonna jostle him awake.
Okay, roll athletics for Jocelyn.
That would be a very horrifying thing for me.
Athletics? I don't even know what that number is. It's so freaking high.
Alright, calm down.
I'm scared.
18.
You get woken up. Oh! A giant man with a big red spear. He's waking you up. He's wearing a dragon skull as a face mask.
Oh, this bed is lovely, Korvac.
Yeah, I would really like some help as a fellow mage man where would you hide? Or better yet, where would Crunch hide?
You mean
A vault.
Shakern?
Shakern, but you know Crunch better.
I kind of just do a cursory glance around the room. Well, I mean, it would probably be through magic means. It wouldn't just be like a door. I'm gonna make an Arcana check in this room.
Go ahead.
Everything's magic.
Mm-hmm.
22.
Not inaccurate. Everything in this room is magic. I mean, everything has wards. There's one protecting everything from teleportation. There's wards keeping everything clean. There's wards preventing observation. There's a lot going on here. Once again, much like everything, there's sort of like a veil beyond, upwards, above, like this. But at the same time, you guys are noticing that you're sort of just asking for it.
Yeah.
You're not really investigating. You're not looking. You're just... Tell me where the vault is.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, Frederick. Come on, tell me.
Tell me where the vault is. And at the end of the day, the tower is the tower. And the vault is the vault. We're no longer... Hey, I know you're friends with the guy. But even I wouldn't open up my safe for my friend. You can come in my bedroom, but...
Alright.
There comes a point where it's just... Security has hit security.
I'm gonna say this. Maybe you can check the library. I poked around the library.
Okay.
Okay, give me investigations.
I'm gonna focus
I'm gonna
primarily
say,
on the empty armor
I
stand.
give you some inspiration.
Okay. How do you give him inspiration?
I say, use those eyes. The magic eyes, Korvac.
Speaking of which, I do get like general material understandings of things when I look with my special eye. So if that helps any. Fuck. Alright, that's a...
I love that you just straight up
7.
use the inspiration.
Yeah.
You got a 7 after all that?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not doing much better. I got 11.
7, 11? Are you serious?
Yeah.
You guys both get a free Slurpee.
Just get up and sprint out the room.
We'll go the 11 first because it's higher.
Yeah.
There's really not much to tell. A lot of these books, some of them are bound but don't even have titles, and you kind of get the sense that they're journals, that they have their own sort of coded structure that he would have understood. There's a bunch of others that seem to be like base level, and we're talking early fucking understanding of the arcanum and magic and spells and stuff like that. There appears to probably be a few things from here from before the world was shit that he has recovered, and those are sort of a more expert level of understanding. There is a few history books even that he's recovered from the period. But at the same time, there's also records and accounts of things during this time. There seems to be research on the Eternals. There's a lot of both personal works and personal accounts and records and understandings and his own personal almanacs of understanding of everything. But also at the same time, there seems to be records that he's collected from other people of the same thing. And it's to be his thinking area. But at the same time, there's also a shelf of fiction and stories to relax to. There's a nice wooden chair with rather lovely felt. Built for a nice, lovely big man. And it's rather comfy, probably less so for you, being a smaller person, and a nice fireplace next to it for reading.
I want to sit in his chair, and from that perspective, I kind of want to look around the room and see, is there anything that sticks out?
Give me a perception check with advantage from the chair. This room's more decorated than a lot of the places. There's a few things around everywhere that have been lovely paintings, landscapes, nothing non-offensive or specific, just blatant good paintings. Here, there's more personal touches, more specific, locations. You have sculptures. Not any specific people, but just lovely female and masculine forms. Sort of hoarding pots, sort of with architecture of water pouring out of them and then into pools for him to like stand by and think of. There are places in the world. There's a lovely portrait of a desert with landscaping that just seems to go on and on forever, of dunes and beauty. Then off in the distance, a lovely orange sky and the setting sun. There's a landscape drawing of not only the island that you found Jakern's Tower, but the Jakern's Tower, like in the landscape itself. And then there's another spot. Roll history for me.
19. Oh, no, unnatural 20.
It's the site where Normir was. I'm not too far from it. But before anybody built on it, before there was landscape there.
That's weird. Why would there be a landscape painting of where Normir is? Is that just a coincidence?
The land of the Praetorians. Close personal friends.
Oh, yes, that makes more sense once you put it in perspective.
And you kind of notice other paintings. You realize a volcanic eruption in a tropical island.
Would be the Quetzalcoatl.
And the Phoenix. You notice giant plains of beautiful grass. You see a rocky shore and a cold northern peak. There's one of the under part of an ocean, as if a person was looking through an aquarium. There's a man that you can only see from behind, as he's sitting behind a desk with infinite screens in front of him. There's a forest landscape that if you look at for a while, you start to realize, holy fuck, there's a person hiding in the trees.
All of these would be where... I get the feeling they're all connected to the Eternals.
They were close, and they were his friends. He never really felt close with people outside of his adventuring party. A man that level, especially when he'd be able to develop his own powers with the Arcanum and creating sentience and matter, making powerful magic. You already know he's built a bridge to the moon.
I kind of want to take a closer look at the curator, the one I assume is the curator, the Infinite Screens one.
Mm-hmm. For a quick guess, if I want everybody's opinion on which ones were which.
What's the shoreline? The rocky shoreline was the giant. No.
Rocky Northern Shoreline.
Oh, rocky northern shoreline?
Because it's ice covered.
So it would have been, I almost said Keith. Keith?
Eternal Dragon.
Eternal Dragon.
The ocean one is the Leviathan.
The ocean one is the Leviathan.
The forest one with the man looking at you is the Fae Eternal.
Mm-hmm. There's another one of basically a rocky sort of ever-encompassing mountain landscape.
Yep.
Surrounded by an ocean. There is one of, it's sort of like looking from above, and it's just sort of a rippling, sort of shallow waterway with a single fish in the middle, swimming downward.
The koi.
The koi.
Oh, yeah.
The other one I said was the the Titan.
Oh, yeah.
The mountain.
Gotcha. The field one's got me stumped, unless that's the serpent?
Yes.
Okay.
The field is the world serpent. There's another one that seems to be of an eternal cavern. That one would be
The Great Worm.
the Great Worm. I know I'm missing one. I'm bad at this.
Here, oh, the Volcanus.
Oh, that's just a giant forge.
Gotcha.
But thank you. Point of inspiration.
Nice.
Where's my list?
God, there are so many.
There's a castle that's next to a sea.
Okay.
There's a very dark library with
Larube.
with spider webs and a sort of fireplace, but it's only embers. And then there's sort of like it's a very 2D minimalist kind of view of the ocean with a setting sun in the background and a single sort of island with a few sort of trees kind of growing off of it.
That would be Keith, wouldn't it?
No, that was the castle by the sea. This would be the world turtle.
Okay.
And then that is all of them.
Wait, which one was the first man?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. There is a portrait of a basically army of 1,000 men charging at a single night, standing in front of him.
Okay. Alright. Well, Smarty Pants, what does this all mean?
I think he really likes the Eternals.
He's just a giant fanboy. Can you hand me one of those pens?
Yep.
There isn't like behind one of these paintings is just a safe or something or a door.
But what if?
Do you approach the paint? Which painting, specifically? Give me an investigation on one of the paintings. You just gotta tell me.
It would take me a while to do all of them, so what would be my best guess?
You said the curator.
Yes, right. You did say the curator. Go ahead and give me an investigation on the curator's painting.
25.
You go towards that painting and you start kind of feeling around it. And you get that it's pretty solidly mounted on the wall. But as you get closer to it, because you don't want to touch the painting itself, but when you get near that, it's warmer. The air around the painting is warmer. And it's giving off some sort of residual magic.
Hey, Korvac! I kind of call out.
And I take it my 7 got me nowheres.
Oh, for the armory?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You've basically got better than that earlier when you went through here.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
Yeah.
At least nobody had investigated the library.
Yeah, what is it?
These are all sort of scattered, by the way, like around the room.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have your hand in here?
It's scattered all over the room. You're not in separate locations.
Yeah.
They kind of are warded off through furniture and like pillars and stuff, but it's all seemingly one room.
Okay.
And all of these paintings are all over the place. They're not in one just specific side. There's several paintings, but these ones sort of, those 3 were in one row that you could see from where you were sitting, but as you were sitting there, you saw all of these other paintings everywhere around the room.
Come stick your hand against this painting.
Okay. You want me to touch it? It's a painting.
I know, but there's just something off about it. There's like a warm feeling to it. That shouldn't be coming from a painting like this.
Would I catch that feeling now?
Once you purposely get closer to it, you
Yes.
start feeling that. But do you touch it?
I'm trying to find a spot that I know I wouldn't like screw up too bad if I did touch it, like a corner or something.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
What are you supposed to jump into these paintings like Mario 64?
14.
You find a nice little corner that's just mostly dark, and you think that's not going to be too much of a problem. And as soon as you touch that picture, Mac Korvac disappears.
Oh, where'd he go, Frederick?
Oh. I don't know. Would you like to join him?
I don't know what you...
Oh, good. Oh, well. Alright, here we go. And I put my hand on it as well.
You disappear as well.
TPK.
Alright, so I'm going to need you guys to roll up new characters. We'll see you next week again. They're fucking idiots. They touched the painting. The fools. No, you first find yourself, you find yourself in a desert. Not like you found yourself the past few days. Not unlike the first time you met him. And much to the same, you see the man in the bespectacled glasses. Make no sense in this universe. A top hat of many colors. A patchwork suit. A revolver of untold technology and power sitting at his waist. In front of an exasperated Chakern, who appears to be rather malnourished and rather thirsty. Chakern kind of looks up to him and the curator down back at him. Curious, the curator goes, you know, I never really thought I'd find one of your sort making it this far out here. Why? What makes you come out here? What makes you so curious? You're barely able to stand. You're so thirsty. And you said you'd find him? Who? What are you looking for? And a slight grin goes on Chakern's face. Looking for? Found. I figured you'd be watching me. Too powerful to be left alone. The only thing really happening in these parts at this time of the world. The only other one who's looking for your friends. So I figured if I just started walking out into the desert saying I think I'd find him, and even if I was going to die, you'd get curious and show up and ask me. And it looks like I was right. And then he kind of waves his hand and an oasis grows around him and the water starts showing in front of him. And he dips his hand in and starts drinking from it. Tell me, curator, we have much to discuss. And then you find yourself outside the painting. They're his first meetings with all of his friends.
There's part of me wants to do all of them, but I know we don't have the time to.
Well, maybe. Okay.
Unless that's the answer to getting into the armory.
What? Not the armory, the vault.
The vault.
Not armory, might as well be.
So if we split up, divide and conquer. If only we had Basco.
one are you most curious about, though? Curator is probably the hardest one to think about to, like, try to pull him down.
Oh, yeah, because he doesn't exist. So he was just sort of like, he went to other ones first to make him curious because he knew he was watching. And he was like, what the fuck is he doing? What is he doing? He's gonna die. Like, what is he doing? What is he doing? I don't have an answer! I gotta ask him.
I kind of want to see the Leviathan.
That's funny. Because Basco already knows what that would have been like, right?
He saw glimpses of it.
Hmm.
Do you join him?
I'm gonna go to the Titan, the one we know least about.
Okay. You walk up to the one with the Leviathan. And you put your hand against it. And then so too, you see Shakuran's hand upon the glass as he looks to all of the other Eternals in the room. As all of them are here. This is the first time you've ever seen all of them gathered. Shakuran is sweating bullets, putting a lot of weight on the hand that's on the glass and on his staff. As Basco explained, it was very difficult for a human being to be at that depth. But he's showing no weakness. He looks to the Vulcan. You built this so we could see him? Is he really this vast? And he looks to the just vastness of this room and how far the glass goes and how deep they are down. The Eternal Dragon goes, more so. And he looks back to the glass, and just like Basco dealt far off in the depths, a mass is formed, looking back. Oh, there you are. And you can see that something is being told to him in the back of his brain. Wise beyond your time, too. Just a traveler in a strange land looking for a friend, indeed. We too have a lot in common. And you fall out of that painting as well. You went to the Titan.
Mm-hmm.
You put your hand in and you feel a harsh, sand-wept wind against your face as you look and see Jakkur is walking over not only a very tough and jagged and dangerous mountain, there are smoldering embers everywhere of both volcanic and magical calamity. The air is tough, and it just seems like shale rock everywhere. It just seems to be a wasteland. And he's sort of shambling onto what is left of a small path as he's walking up this mountain. He gets to a certain point, and he's like, yes, good. And you hear booms and cracks of a thunderstorm, or an active volcano, or the sundering of earth. And Jakkur, and then out from in front of him a gust of air bursts forward, and all of the volcanic ash, the smoke from the fire, the wind and gravel in the air from the wind get pushed aside. And before you sees the same Titan, the massive entity of rock and earth and living stone and humanoid nature, devoid of specific shape, but half earth and man, just monstrous, stands roughly the size of this mountain and turns as he seems to have just been battering the earth and destroying what was already burning. And you just hear shattering and resounding through the earth.
Curious. A one like you might live in all of this.
And he kind of looks.
Or more resilient than you think. Tell me.
And you find yourself outside the painting.
Hmm.
Guess we're doing this.
To everyone.
I would like to see. I don't know if you think it's.
Well, it's not like it's taking a lot of time in game.
Every painting is 3 hours.
Oh,
in
fuck.
real world.
The Praetorian's already back.
No, it's happening in real time. It's not that long.
Okay.
I would say I will do. Keith?
Okay.
Narub. Which would have been
Nuru was the darkened library.
Darkened
The
Library.
castle at the sea was Keith.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
You make your way. We'll do you because you said yours first. You touch the sea and you just. It's roughly where he was now. Where you have seen him. But there's no structure. There's no great seal. It's just the rocks and the land and the earth and the sea. And it's a torrential downpour. So much so that no amount of rain could possibly rain this much. Unless some sort of extra supernatural source has created it. You see a source walking with some sort of magical umbrella, essentially like a sort of sonic force around him, keeping as much rain at bay as possible, and yet still some comes down. And he looks towards some sort of vast entity off in the distance that looks to be roughly the size of a mountain. And he just shouts,
You know, rain isn't always this hard.
and then the mountain sort of turns and looks, and has that single blue eye that you're familiar with. What do you mean, Chikern?
Ah, know my name already, that's... alright.
I know so much. I'm here to save this planet. This Pangaea.
That's kind of what I thought.
But I look here, and this Pangaea's already doomed.
And so you're crying how you know how.
You're very astute, Chikern.
I think you don't need to worry about this. I think you'll see in time that all things end.
Interesting. As I slowly stops turning from storm and starts turning blue again. And you find yourself outside the painting.
Oh my god, it wasn't Crench like we thought that asked Keith about us. It was Chakern, wasn't it?
Do you think? Oh my god.
Why do you think Chakern knows so much about us? He just used Keith to funnel into the future and see what would happen.
Alright, so how's Narub then?
Big sexy spider.
Big, just huge kitties. 8 of them.
Shooting webs out of it.
Where did we go wrong? So you find yourself in a library that you're very familiar with. There are no lights, there are no torches. The people of Rasalama, not here. Something else is here. protecting it. You see Chikurin walking through, not looking for books. He's walking, and as if he's looking for something. And eventually he stops. He's like,
I figured I was hoping I wouldn't have to look up arachnids to find you.
And he turns, and just descending right above him is the giant Narub hanging from a single strand of web.
Your spies, your knowledge is all over the world. Did you write these books? No. But someone must defend them.
And he lowers his robe. He doesn't have his scar yet over his eye.
I couldn't agree more.
And you're outside this painting.
First man.
Okay. The elder dragon, the ancient dragon. The name for the big old dragon.
The eternal dragon?
That one.
He's based off of the ancient dragon from Dark Souls 2, but he is not. You go to... Why did you grab the...
I just wanted to look at him.
You touch the eternal first man. You touch the first man. I'm eternally the first.
I'm the eternal man.
You touch the painting into the first man, and you're wished away to a battle. Burning. These are not men. These are constructs of hell. Of hell magic. Something twisted beyond what should be on this plane of man. And Chikurin is fighting them. And there are others here too. But the first man is fighting far more than he should. Chikurin seems almost as if he's pushed into this fight. It lasts for hours as Hellspawn pushed back. But once was an army of thousands that paraded across a wasteland, killing what lived in a world that almost nothing did. Now stands an army of ash and of nothing but wasted magic. Chikurin and what few other people assisted in this fight that stand look towards the first man. Everyone in Chikurin's party seems exasperated. Chikurin less so, but still, you can tell he's a tired person. And he looks at the first man.
So, the stories are true. You truly can't die.
And he looks, and he's just actively like ripping shards of metal out of him, and he's just throwing to the ground. And Chikurin starts speaking to him in hand language, in sign language.
Can you understand?
And he steps out of the painting.
Oh, okay. So we don't know if Chikurin understood.
Nope. What's that? Oh, are you reading what people are writing?
So the eternal dragon.
Yes, of course. My apologies. You see much to the same of it's the same house that you saw, but not domed over. You see a single individual climbing the many thousands of steps. You see the army that the Eternal Dragon had built over time not doing anything to stop the person. And eventually, when Chikurin makes it to the top, He looks to the Eternal Dragon and gets down on one knee.
I apologize so much. I have brought a corruption from my world to your peoples.
Nothing.
Ow!
Jeez.
Sorry. I brought news of a corruption. Some of your dragons are, well, no longer following your order. Turmoil goes beyond the realms of man. I hope that you've heard the stories of me by now, but it's not just us who are suffering, but even your dragons are being forced against one another due to the magic of the horrible things before. And I only wish to help you set things right, as my people are, humanity is. Set things wrong.
And you're on side of the Eternal Dragon.
Alright. So the closest thing to a fairy would have been the Fae. So I'll make that the next one.
And what are you gonna do?
War turtle. War turtle.
War turtle!
You go into that painting, and it is hot, and it is humid, and there are bugs, and there are monsters. And he seems to be traveling through it through some time. Until he enters that open field. It's a different location. You know that much. It's not the same location, because the world would have been rebuilt. But it's the same test. But as soon as he enters that world, and he knows he's trapped inside that ever-growing mist, where he's moving the world around you so you don't move, the same trial that you went through, he sits down, makes himself a cup of tea, doesn't do anything.
His method was to bore him to death? Alright.
And slowly over time, you can see that the structure of the thing that you kind of just saw out of the corner of your eye got closer and closer, and then he just turns and
Gotcha.
and then you stepped out of the painting.
Every time we step out of this painting, I imagine it's like when you lose a level in Mario 64, you just get shot back out.
And you like skip a little bit.
Alright. Well, yours was...
War turtle. War turtle. War turtle.
It's sea. No, not sea. Ocean. It's dense. It's choppy. You almost don't know what you're looking at. But there he is. Chikern.
Just swimming?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm here! I know you can save me! I'll die if you don't come up. I know you're here.
And he keeps going.
Bit over dramatic.
Yeah, well... it works for him.
And then he starts going underwater.
Oh.
And it almost seems like he's got nothing left in the tank. But then, on the back of the world turtle, the water rushes down and he gets up and coughs up some water in his lungs. And he staggers to the front. It's not the same word turtle. Oh, you got me doing it.
I'm
The
sorry.
world turtle that you all know. There's a little bit of life, but it's not the same island. And he makes his way to the front. He gets brought in front of it.
That was a bold move. It got you to answer. You wouldn't let me die. And I have a feeling you would do the same to me.
And you're outside the painting.
What do we have left? Oh.
You have done the Titan, the Eternal Dragon, the Leviathan, the Fae, Keith, the Curator, the World's... No, you haven't done the World Serpent. You haven't done Vulcan. You've done Nerub. You've done the World Turtle. You've done the First Man. You are missing the Great Koi, Phoenix, Quetzalcoatl, which are paired in the same painting. The Vulcan and the World Serpent. And a few other paintings that I mentioned earlier.
I want to go to one of the paintings that's not, like, obviously relevant.
The ones that weren't Eternals? One of the other two?
Yeah.
Which one?
What were the options again?
There was a great landscaping desert.
Do that
And
one.
then there was the landscape of Chakern's Tower and the kind of land it was, kind of without the bubble before that.
The desert landscape one.
You touched that. And it's just him. He seems hurt. He seems damaged. He seems at the youngest you've seen him yet. He doesn't have the scar on his eye. He seems like he's just put on his robes that you've seen him travel on for the first time. He seems bloodied and battered. And he seems exasperated. But he looks down, and he has a blue-bound book with the title My Friend Chakern by Matt Fleetfoot in his hand. And then he looks forward, and he just says,
Let's get started then, I guess.
and starts marching forward.
So he had the book before, and
What? I love that you guys are like, what's the fucking timeline? Which happened first?
so he had the book before.
Are we in, like, a fucking huge loop here? Like, the book was teleported to him, and he's like, oh, yes, I must meet these Eternals. Air quotations.
What?
Oh,
Is that it?
he got the knowledge of the Eternals through our story?
Am I my own grandfather?
Well, think about it. He seems to be... It's not like he's stumbling upon them. He's clearly looking for every Eternal. And he seems to know where every fucking one of them is, doesn't he?
Yeah. But, like...
So when he walked... This is not something you didn't know. He walked
walked
the earth knowing that the Eternals existed.
Yes.
But...
So where did he get the fucking book from? It's obvious that... I don't think he conjured this. I think it was given to him.
How?
I don't know. I'm not the DM.
It's all up here, baby!
I'm not the DM. I swear to fucking God, if Mac Fleetfoot's like, I'm going to send this book back in time.
Hey. Now you gotta.
Hey, what do you mean? We already know he dies in his peak.
Alrighty. I... Fuck. Well, I still want to go down the Eternal route, so I'll go Quetzalcoatl and Phoenix.
Mac is just hyperventilating.
You go into that photo. And this seems to be pre them caring. Because they are on a land.
Nothing's come up. I was just checking.
They seem to be on a landscape that is jungle, that is ocean, island, that you would imagine the beauty, the livescape, the fertile soil. But you also see the scatterings of those molten lava rock islands. As if they're not like what they're doing now, where they're like, we're going to build here, then over here, then over here. They seem to be just doing whatever. Now destroying something that they had already built. And you see Chakern sort of climbing up a mountain. And you see that it's burning his fingers as he's climbing.
Ah.
And he's healing himself as he climbs upwards.
How? Just curious.
What do you mean?
Like via like healing word or something like that?
It's different as he goes.
Oh, okay.
A bottle in his mouth. And he's just
Sometimes he stops and takes a potion.
He's got like a hat
Sometimes
with
he bandages himself.
the, hat with the potions and the straw.
He was number one.
Sometimes he casts a magic spell.
Okay.
But as he climbs upwards, he eventually reaches a summit with lava rain and just countless thunder hitting molten rock in the air, scattering across the world in this just dust, ash-ridden, storm-filled sky. In this sort of thunderdome that is like kind of this brim of this volcano at the top of this land. As they seem to just forge together in this wanton destruction. He's barely holding it together and seems like he's using magic to stop himself from melting as he held himself together at the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
The scar seems fresh on his face in this part as he looks to you all.
Do you know you had something beautiful here before you started destroying it?
And they both sort of... He's closer to them than you all were when you interacted with them, and he can kind of just barely see the outline of them. And he doesn't need the lightning or the volcano behind them to see them.
I come not in anger, but in hopes to see you work.
And you're outside the painting.
The puzzle is finding out when you have the scar.
Chagrin's tower. That painting, please.
You walk in, and you see the oldest form of Chakern you've seen yet. Scars as old as time. Beard's about the length that you would expect it to be at this point. He's kind of... This is after he said his goodbyes to Marduketh. And he looks on a landscape.
Finally, I found it. After all this time looking, it's been here all this time.
And the tower builds itself stone by stone upwards from the ground in front of you.
So he was looking for the location that we found to build the tower. Interesting.
It's like he knew to find it.
As things slowly start building, he looks over upon the sunrise, smirks and says, "This would be a good spot indeed." And you hop out the painting.
I will choose Vulcan.
You see Chakern. Once again, Scar seems a little bit more healed, not as fresh, but he's walking towards a bubbling pit. And he crouches.
Many volcanoes, many pits of lava across the land. I've scoured many and found the one that can speak.
A moment of silence, and then
I know it is you. You need not hide. I need not ask you to make forges of weapons for me. I have ideas for you to create something else instead. A place to meet the one person I cannot go.
And you step outside the painting.
My thoughts are he got the scar with the serpent. So I'm gonna go with the serpent.
Who was the one remaining? That's the great coin.
Well, and the wool eater, the worm.
Oh yeah, we could do that together. Holding hands.
Alright, so you're doing Great Koi and you're doing
The serpent.
Serpent. There is a great battle. You don't know who, you don't know the sides. It takes you a while to see that some of them aren't even real. Before you realize that most of them are actually undead. Some of them are constructs. These are war machines and factories of meaningless war. Undeads maybe summoned years ago, maybe centuries ago, by necromancers. And constructs built by wizards maybe a millennia ago. Their masters are dead. And yet these just constructs and beings created by magical entities ages ago, still on the land, just destroying. Hell, these might not even been part of the same war. This might have been part of a different war in this hundreds of thousands of years of war. Not hundreds of thousands, but hundreds of years of war. You see Chikern laying waste to them. A bloody gash upon his eye, freshly made. As you see the world serpent wither around him, taking out the many armies around him, as Chikern appears to be surrounded. And the world serpent stops after he eradicates the countless beings around him. Then stops and looks.
Why, years you've been looking. Who are you that is so courageous? You look upon the world for both its eternals, and you go into battle to save others. Alone. And he looks up. Not just a friend as he starts mending his eye. A comrade.
And then you step out of the painting.
Okay.
Great Koi.
He's at a carnival game and he's like sticking the fucking.
There's a sort of plateau overlooking this lake of crystal clear water, of which you've never seen. It's beautiful. A forest beyond forests, a thing of beauty. Ripe fruit that you've never seen before. Every one of these memories has sort of had a layer of decay and ash and war, but not this one. Chikern is overlooking this lovely lake, and you can see in it jumping koi fish. Then you hear behind him,
If you are thinking of doing anything to endanger that koi's life, you will have to get through me.
Is it Homeboy? Fuck yeah.
Chikern turns.
Quite the opposite, actually. I've traveled far, and this is as beautiful as I've ever seen it. You do not wish to steal from this god. My friend, I would like to see this garden cover the world.
And you outside of the painting. You guys group up together. You guys share what you have left. And you guys approach the final picture together.
Touch it at the same time.
Chakern is walking through a cavern that leads into another, and then before you know it, he's in a vastness of nothingness with a rocky platform to walk forward upon. Then he looks over the edge and sees nothingness. And he just keeps going further and further. Hours, days, until he hears a hum, and then you slowly realize that there's been a hum this entire time, and he just walked under the earth, listening, slowly getting closer to that hum, until eventually it erupts from the ground underneath him, and then gets abruptly into his face, and it's very much that scene in Dune where he's face to face with the sandworm for the first time, and it kind of is massive in front of his face. As you know, it even is larger than the world serpent. In width, not in length. The world serpent has it in that. And it gets to him.
Someone who only wishes to see your domain remain the same.
And then there's a moment, and then a chuckle from the worm itself. And then you step out of the painting. And when you step out of the painting, Frederick sits there on the chair that you sat in earlier, reading the book that was on the table that you walked past earlier, when you looked to find your own book.
Can I read the title of the book from where I'm standing?
The Story of Chakern. It seemed to have accumulated dust on the table. And there was another book that hadn't also on that table, and that was the one you found on the bedstand. It seemed to be like a book he had finished writing and essentially put down when he was finally finished with it. And then it seems that maybe the final time he picked up your book is when he made sure no one could read it again.
I imagine all of these paintings are kind of just what's in that book, Frederick.
It's a quilt. These are the individual panels. This is all of them together. This is all of him. This is none of him. A man is not a collection of memories. Chakern was just more than points in time and events.
Turn to Korvac. I imagine Chakern probably wouldn't let anybody into his vault without them being a close personal friend. Someone that really knew him.
He's already tested our intentions. And we're already friends.
Thomas, can you pull yourself in? You're actually invisible in this room right now. Pull yourself into this little book here. Pull it closer to me if we need to.
I'm slowly losing my corporeal form.
Quiet.
What were you gonna say?
I think we just... I mean, did you want to try to read all of it? I doubt you could read the whole thing in one sitting.
No, by the time you're finished reading this, The time for you to be where you would be is coming past.
Is there anything in particular in that book I should read?
I mean, sure, if you have the time, but to look for and unlock what you seek, no. That is not what you must do.
So do you think we've exhausted the options in the library, Korvac?
You're not in the library, Thomas, for the love of fucking Christ.
It's just part of the room.
It's all part of the room. I said it 1,000 times. The paintings scattered throughout the room.
It's just a turn of phrase. This part of the room.
But Bud, the paintings you've been in the entire room.
Hmm.
The paintings were in the armory. The paintings were in the main room. The paintings were in the arcanum. The paintings were not just in the library, my guy. The paintings scattered the entirety of the room. You have not just been exploring the library. You've been exploring the whole room. I'll say it a 6th time if I have to.
I mean, we understand everything he went through. He definitely did things harder than we did in some regards. Always risking his life like that. But maybe we just need to, do you think if we asked, Quarth, he would let us in?
Frederick goes, I don't think that's the answer you're looking for.
No.
Quarth, like I said, I know nothing of, but I can feel his connection. This was Chikern's.
So not even them.
It was the same when we asked him questions about Cringe.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows the answer, but it's not his to give.
Okay.
I will say there is one of the major trends I noticed amongst all of these paintings is he seemed, not only did he have my friend Cringe already in the earliest painting, he seemed to have foresight into what to do. As if maybe he read it in that book. Even this tower seemed to be predetermined. He knew where to...
This tower had an important reason to be here. And it was right where it needed to be when it needed to be there.
But why?
Why anything? Fate is what it is. You can't change that. Sometimes things need to be in the right place at the right time.
You notice that, yeah, he had all the answers in that book, but he didn't really do anything we did. With the Fae, he bored him to death. With the Quetzalcoatl, he didn't have a friend shield them. He climbed up himself. With the Curator, he basically feigned suicide, and same with the World Turtle. He didn't do anything the way we did things.
He didn't feign suicide. He was willing to die.
So he has conviction.
Yeah.
He did all of this alone. Well, almost alone.
I thought he would have had at least somebody with him.
I was with him for some time.
We do have, as he progressed through his journeys, he did have his original adventuring crew with him at least once or twice.
But then after them, he had me. And I served him until my time is in, and then I volunteered to take this form.
He started...
No longer was Frederick the Goblin, but Frederick the Tower.
He went from nothing, and then, as he progressed, he made friends. Arguably made friends with all of the Eternals. His adventuring group, Frederick.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah?
Call me crazy. What if we have to find out the order?
Oh, you think it's that Resident Evil, huh?
Yeah.
It isn't like a projection anywhere where we have to like turn an object to get the shadow right.
No, nothing like that.
I mean, what do you think the first one was?
The book.
Yeah.
And the last one would be?
The
Tower.
Frederick looks to you all.
Many a smart man would have had to make many an educated guess to get here. But it does not take an intellectual to age which ones happened first.
Yeah.
The scar,
Yeah.
his age. It's obvious.
Yep.
This is his home. These are places and memories he was fond of.
He closes the book and puts it back where it was.
I know you're restricted until we can, solve this.
Restricted to what?
Like the level of knowledge that you can impart on us. Do you think we're on the right track?
And he kind of stops and looks to you and is like,
That's what I'm figuring out right now. You said it yourself earlier, Korvac. To go into his bedroom, you'd have to be a very close friend. To go beyond. Into his vault. I knew him. I'm the last living thing that saw Chakern. I knew him as he was, better than anyone in the world.
roll insight.
You didn't deem him worthy enough for it, though.
Huh?
You didn't deem him worthy enough for it, though.
What are you talking about?
So, if Frederick didn't get an entry for the vault,
Why didn't he? What makes you possibly think he didn't have insight to the vault? What makes you make that decision for somebody else? Why do you possibly think you know that?
my insight is a 13.
But no, I just want to know, where did that opinion come from?
He seems to be ramping up to the idea that, oh, I knew him.
He's ramping up to something, but like most things, you're putting a conclusion to it, and you're putting your conclusion to it.
Alright, I'll wait for the conclusion.
And that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, when you do that, you cap off what is actually potential. When you do that, you stop thinking, what's the ending? What is he getting to? When you start thinking, I know the ending, you close off so many potentials, and that's why you're not seeing past it. Because that's not what he's ramping up to.
Unnatural 20.
He's basically the last will and testament of Chakern. If anyone is going to deem someone worthy of accessing his spoils, the most destructive things in the world, who do you think is going to be that? Not only that, he's not just Frederick the Goblin, the last man that saw him. He's the tower itself, physically manifesting itself.
God.
He got that. You got a, 13?
Yeah.
Something's happening. He's ramping up to something.
Yeah.
The challenge is right in front of us, Korvac.
Where?
Get your fucking blood chrysalis out. It's not like any of the other challenges where, there is a set in stone answer to it. Frederick, I think Frederick himself is the one that gives us access to the vault. But we have to prove that we deserve to go into that vault. And it's beyond what we've already done. Proving that we're friends of Chakern.
You will walk past things that can destroy the world. You will find treasures there that seem to be beautiful and regal and valuable. Will wrought about the destruction of worlds and realms that were locked away for a reason. Many a man claimed to be hero. Many a man go the entire life walking the path of good, dying good men, with good stories told of them. But those men never walked the steps of the potential corruption of the artifacts that are in that room. Even the best of you could walk in there, the prime specimen of good, and walk out a harbinger for evil.
He's not asking for the, we're in the world of Shakarn. Yes, we are heroes. But can we be trusted to, be given basically a weapon of mass destruction?
Well, are you more or less saying that we would pave destruction with good intentions, potentially?
As does everyone who does.
You can promise something.
And when you do things with good intentions, that's what promises are for.
We don't know what's in the vault. Our main goal is to return the arcane to this realm. Can we promise that we won't touch anything, do anything outside of that main goal?
Ultimately, I think we've, worn our hearts on our sleeves in Shakarn's tower already. It feels weird to ask this, but please help us save the world, Frederick. It's what Shakarn would have wanted. That's ultimately all we want to do. Please trust us to make the next move.
It is, as you say. There are many things in the next room that will help you. You can take one thing, but do not walk off the path. And you can only ask one question each.
Oh, God. That question's probably going to be, how does this work?
But there's going to be multiple things in front of you.
Yeah.
Who is your boss? Thank you, Frederick.
He looks, and he snaps his fingers, and a ladder kind of appears in the middle of the room.
There's been no restrictions for some time. It's only been me. From this point forward, when you go up, there's no coming down. And there's no going back. This is one time.
Understood.
Understood.
You make your way up. I need a perception check from both of you as you do.
Reaching that stage where the dice just want to stick in my hand.
13.
23.
You're halfway up the ladder. You're going up. And out of the corner of your eye, there's a mirror. There's another painting on the other side of the column that has the ladder that was just propagated.
see anything in it?
You're already halfway up the ladder. And as he said, from this point forward, there's no going back. What do you do?
Keep climbing the ladder.
Roll a quick perception check to see what you see.
23 again.
You make your way up, knowing you won't go in and hop into that painting. But you see a painting of Chikern and a goblin. As you make your way past the barricade, the wall ceases to exist behind you. You no longer see that painting, and as that ladder probably no longer existed, so too does that painting. And I feel like that's probably the best place to call things for the evening.
We don't get to see Frederick's Union. Oh, man. Why would he do that?
Do what?
Just like, hey, what? You wanna?
You guys could have done another exploration of the room when the ladder was existed, but all you said was, I climbed the ladder.
Well, I didn't see it, but yeah.
You didn't investigate the ladder either, did you?
No.
You didn't ask to see if Nathaniel was on the other side of it?
No.
No?
You just have to ask nicely.
It was more than that. He also wanted you to see everything that he saw.
Yeah.
But, kind of a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It was up to him. You did have to ask, but you have to ask the right thing. Hey, give me a hint on this. You're not asking for a hint. The man straight up was the key.
I have to say, it's very nice that we've gotten much better at like solving these, because if this like happened like 2 years ago, this would have been a 4-session affair.
Yeah, probably.
My favorite was the countdown.
Yeah.
No.
I love how we are like, what if we tie a pike to a 10-foot pole?
And I love that the solution was just Basco had watched the internet video of it.
Oh, yeah.
Was it you?
That was me that time.
Yeah.
I haven't been into the D&D videos in like 2 years, so if you wanted to crop up stuff like that, I wouldn't be another.
No, that was just an old classic puzzle.
Yeah.
Everyone's used that, at least at some point. The beginning was old, more classic stuff. Everything else was sort of more fine-tuned to us. Like, yes, Thomas absolutely pictured it. Like, the whole paintings turning, that was all Mario. Like,
Yeah.
There's so many things that are just references to other things in our campaign.
Yeah.
Let's get that order in.
Yeah.
Thoughts? So 3 more floors. You got the vault. You got another one of the mystery floors. And then you got the planetarium. And then you've got...
Space.
Space!
I want sweet, Thai chili or hot.
The question of man.
You can't ask that. That was it. That was just one question.
You had one question that Frederick was ready to answer.
Shit, I thought the session was over.
Yeah. Hitting us with the classic. You get one question.
There's going to be countless shit on the walls, and you're going to have just one.
Question.
One question each.
Yeah.
To pick one thing.
Oh, one thing.
What did you think? You think you were going to pick one thing each?
Oh God. Okay.
No,
good.
no.
Let's narrow it down to just one thing.
You pick one thing, and each of you get one question.
Gotcha.
You said you wanted the baby rack ribs.
Yeah, I figured. I'd mix it up with the ribs. Get the Josh special.
I got us a pretzel as well.
Good man. No barbecue sauce, please.
Naked McRib. Are you getting the baby back ribs?
Now that Alex got it, I don't know if I want it.
I have to be unique.
The ultimate challenge, what do you want to go through? I mean, it should have yelled at me by now.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
The storm has been so quiet. I think we heard the rain hit the
That's why,
window
like,
once.
the fucking tourists are like, oh, heavens, what will you do?
Nothing.
And then everybody else is just, it's gonna be nothing.
I'm gonna have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know if I told you, I'm no longer working noon. Tomorrow I'm working at 5 p.m.
Okay. So, see you when I get home. Well, when you get home.
Yeah.
And then you work, what, Saturday, Sunday?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna work then. I'm gonna be off Friday. And then I got...
The main important one, are you working on Monday?
I'm thinking about cutting that schedule. Because I'm like, I'm gonna work Saturday morning, Sunday evening. I don't know if I want to do Monday morning and then Tuesday evening. Monday evening. I'm trying to cut it. Why? What you got?
I have been requested to go to Gainesville on Monday. But I'm off Tuesday.
Heard.
How is your mother, Thomas?
She's good.
Okay.
Are you waiting for me to be out of like the general central floor?
Now I get the woman I truly desire. Now that you are away. The pieces are in place, finally.
Does anybody have their Alfredo?
It's subpar.
I figured.
I will say this, though. We got a lot of new stuff about the Eternals.
We did.
What do you think about that?
We're all pretty neat guys.
You seemed at one point that you had gotten blown away by something. And you kind of looked to Josh, and you were like, Josh.
We talking about... Wasn't that was that the Leviathan?
I mean, the main one I remember is that fucking realization of, oh shit, this is all preordained, isn't it? And Keith is fucking, like, Chikaren must have asked Keith about us.
And then you found the book was later.
Yeah. Is that how the book came to Chikaren? Is through Keith?
But Keith came after,
Oh, yeah.
right? You already established that. Because you already established that the book was the earliest part of him, right?
Yes.
So if the book was the earliest part of him, how did he get Keith to send it back to him? If he didn't meet Keith until then. Let's do the time warp again.
I wish we were at the beginning of the campaign.
Wish for what?
No, it's just I use wish to go back.
John Bell, Chris, Basco.
You guys gotta come back, baby!
I'm sorry, I did the spell.
Well, the fact that Marduketh was able to go back one day. Sure, Korvac should be able to go back 7 months. And I think it all started because the Paragons went to shit. And just so happened that the Praetorian was also doing some pretty shady shit, too.
Yeah. Because I had name jumbles.
Order one in.
Because I had name jumble stuck in my head when we looked up the curator. I thought the curator was talking to the Praetorian, and I was like, "Why is the Praetorian in the desert?" I don't know. I had really bad name
Oh,
swappage.
when Chikaren was walking through the desert?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I was like, "What is going on?"
No, they're all Chikaren's first time meeting the Eternals in the picture.
Gotcha.
And then paintings he had made of them. It's all magic, baby! Anything else we'd like to add before we wrap it up for the evening?
I think that's it. It's a lot of lore.
That's what happens in a non-combat episode.
Yeah.
Let's go to Clemson's.
Another wizard from the others. from another side of the world. You didn't even... The Eastern continent? What? You guys are the center continent? Who knows? We'll see you next time, gang.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you for follow... Oh, is that your girlfriend?
It sure is, bud.